Thank you for hanging in with us. We experienced a little technical difficulty right after the Tom Goodall article or interview. What we'd like to do right now is send you out to Flynn Springs Park, where Mr. Alcozer, Jason Alcozer, has a bunch of our students, and he's going to interview Charlie Bingham, class of 2023, about his experience at St. Augustine High School and the experience of service. So here we go. We're taking you out to Flynn.
Hello, I'm Jason Alcozer, graduate of the class of 1990. Currently, I run the Library and Media Systems on Saints, and I'm the director of intramurals, where we all know everything is fantastic. Who am I here with today?
I'm Charlie Bingham.
Hi, Charlie. How are you doing today?
I'm excellent. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing well. Thank you very much. Well, today's Giving Tuesday, and what do you think about Giving Tuesday being out here in the community?
Honestly, I love being out here. It's a nice break from school, and it's a nice chance to help out the community.
Great. Well, I know what my Saints experience was like. It obviously gave me an inspiration to be able to fight my way and be back on campus, be a teacher for the last 23 years. What do you think of your Saints experience over the last 3.5 years?
My Saints experience so far has been amazing. It's not completely over yet. Still haven't gone to prom. But overall, it's been amazing. The brotherhood's just amazing. I've made so many great friends. The whole experience has been awesome.
It's an awesome thing to hear, and I think that's one of the things in which we recognize as an important component of being a part of Saints, and I think that's a good thing to hear from you today. In terms of school, you're a senior this year?
I am a senior.
Awesome. Where are you thinking of heading to college next year?
I'm thinking maybe Florida State or Texas Christian University in Texas, or maybe stay close and go to USD or maybe University of Arizona.
Awesome choices out there. Well, one of the things in which we recognize on Giving Tuesday, we also have a campaign for giving back to the community. Why do you think it's important for people to consider giving back to Saints in the endowment fund?
Well, Saints has a lot of service projects like this one right here, and I think it's important to give back to the community always, like with everything we do.
Well, I appreciate your time today, and have a great Saints Day.
You too.
Thank you, Mr. Alcozer and Charlie. Really appreciate that little interview. And Charlie, good luck with your college choice. It sounds like you have some pretty good ones out there. And that long shot of the boys working in the background really worked well. So thanks so much for participating with us today here in Raymond Center for the Performing Arts. There's a number of people that have made donations this morning or yesterday late, and I'd like to thank them. First of all, Barbara Menard, Gary Stevenson, the Swan family, Mick and Kathy, Sandy Clark. We have an anonymous giver, thank you. Leslie Wolt, Marvin and Nellie Ritter, Julie Peck, Nellie Ritter again. She came back again for a second gift. Linda Ceballos, Jerry Rindner, Beth Kamjamwiz, excuse me, Beth, I butchered that pretty good. Amanda Limon. Thank you so much for being part of that. You're right in the middle of helping Saints build an even stronger endowment fund. And if you're out there and you're thinking about, I want to make a gift too, which I know you do, go to our website, sahs.org, and you'll see right on the front page when it opens up, you'll see a place where you can make a gift. Now, if it happens that you don't want to support the endowment fund, or you want to support a fund within the endowment fund, like I know a lot of the guys from the class of 64 want to make a gift today, and you can make it to the 64 Scholarship Fund in the endowment. So you can just identify where you want the money to go, and of course, the donor rules. So the benefactor is always in charge of the gift. So we're just very grateful for any gift, really. So thank you. I'd like to just spend a little time with the book because I think you'll find this, the people at least I've talked to find this fascinating, this book. It's, it's soft bound. It's 8.5 by 11. It fit great on your coffee table at home. And it is a complete history of the first 100 years of our school. And I thought I would just take maybe one story and just talk about it because it's kind of an interesting way Saints got started. If you go back to 1921, there were some talks, or maybe it was even 1922, earlier in the year, there were some talks about what to do with the Vincentians leaving St. Vincent's and going to missionary duty in China, because they had agreed with Bishop Cantwell at the time to start an all-boys school in San Diego. And this was a big deal because at the time there were several girls' schools, Catholic all-girls schools, the oldest of which was Our Lady of Peace, and the families wanted a place for their sons to also receive a Catholic education in an all-boys setting. And that's the way, in the 1920s and before, that's the way schools were constructed. And so, Bishop Cantwell gets on a train, he goes back to Villanova College, today Villanova University. He talks to Nicholas Vasey, who is the Provincial Vasey, and they talk about an all-boys school. And it turns out that the Provincial had some excess friars, and it kind of made sense to him. And he also had a guy in mind, which was a chemistry teacher out in the chemistry lab, Father Alphonse Martel. And so they went out, the two of them, and they asked Father Martel if he wanted to start a school. And he didn't blink, and he said, absolutely. So an interesting factoid, our first principal was a Canadian, actually. And he was both born in Canada, and he eventually died in Canada. So Father Martel gets on the train, not a plane, makes the arduous trip to San Diego, gets off at Santa Fe Station, and 19 days later starts St. Augustine, let me get this right, St. Augustine's School of San Diego, which is our legal name. So those of you who are thinking about adding saints in your will, make sure you get that name right, because it is a unique name and will differentiate it from the other St. Augustine high schools found around the United States. So the first year of our school was actually at St. Vincent's, and there were 19 boys. The only sports team, I believe, was a basketball team, and they went 3-0, which was pretty heady for a very small little school. But they got the school started, and the next year it moved to the present site here at 3266 Nutmeg Street, and there were 59 boys that second year. So that's just one little story about the school, how it got started, and as you get your book, for a minimum donation of $100, we will get you a signed copy of this book, and as long as they last, of course. We do have a limited number of the books left. So where do we go from here, Mr. Cashman?
Yeah, we're actually going to send it out to one of Mr. Tompkins' short films. We're going to watch a couple short films.
Okay, so Mr. Tompkins, who is kind of in the background here and running the show, runs the studio, and his students make films. So we're going to treat you to a couple of those films.
Mamá de la 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 mamita que está tan rica, se pega los dientes como abuelita. Mamita que está tan rica, se pega los dientes como abuelita. La mamá de 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 la mamá. Con la boca ya me lleva pa' tu bye bye.
Envy, Blicky got the stiffy, got the blicky, drumming home 50, pop these like a willy, you a silly, in the hole with them Billy, and I'm hooping, you run up and they shooting, we ain't hooping, no KB, you a losing, out that Uzi, on the stoop, krills in my drawers, your girl on my phone, she wanna, but keep it clothes on, I only want.
There's no earthly way of knowing which direction we are going. Not a speck of light is showing, so the danger must be growing. Are the fires of hell a-going? Is the grisly reaper mowing? Yes! The danger must be growing, for the rowers keep on rowing, and they're certainly not showing any signs that they are
Tales on the sudden announcement that has captured the attention of the entire world. Hidden among the countless billions of Wonka bars are 5 gold tickets. The 5 people who find them will come the most fabulous prize one could wish for: a lifetime supply of chocolate.
Well, we hope you enjoyed those student films. They were basically edited right in the same room that we're in right now. And this has been one of the great uplifting achievements at the school when we redid the old gym into the Raymond Center for the Performing Arts, and we were able to get this little room that we're in right now in between music and theater, and now we have a complete movie studio, and our kids are actually making videos for the announcements a couple of days a week. So it's been fantastic. I'm really, really happy to have and introduce to you Ron Coda, class of 1962, who's with us today, live in the studio. 1962. Mr. Coda,
Yes,
tell
sir.
me about 1962.
Oh, and 1962 was perhaps the greatest era in the history of our country. It was happy days, if you recall. Some of the younger people may not see it, but happy days, the hamburger stands, the dances, the little fool around of kids. It was a wonderful time of the year, a time of my life, and the lives of all those that enjoyed it. It was wonderful, ball games and Friday nights and dances and your first girlfriend and etc. So it was just a wonderful, wonderful time of the year. Time of my life.
So did you come to St. Augustine High School from a Catholic elementary school, a parochial school?
Indeed, I did. As did my brothers. I might add now that my brother Paul was class of '58. I was '62. My brother Richard was class of '64. And we had one brother that went to uni, and he's been forgiven for that. And we had another brother who has passed away. I believe John was class of '78.
He was the youngest.
He was the youngest, and we all of us came out of St. Charles Borromeo in the Loma Portal area. And
you still live there today?
I still live there today. I live probably 3 blocks from where I grew up.
Is that right?
Yes.
And the full time you always lived there in that area of town?
No. We were born, my older brother and I think Richard as well, we were born in Logan Heights and on 30th and Clay Street. And my folks moved to the Loma Portal, Point Loma area, small little bungalow house. 5 kids were in that house. And after that, we moved to a larger home. And I live probably 4 blocks from there.
Wow.
So I've been in the community for 70 plus years.
Right. What is your fondest memory of St. Augustine High School when you were a student here?
Oh gosh.
And you can, maybe there's 3 or 4.
There are several. The atmosphere, the ambience of the school certainly was nothing like it is today. As a matter of fact, we're in the studio here where it used to be a clothing section, or where kids would come and hang their coats up for the ball game, and it was also a confessional because the services were in the gym,
right?
And this particular area was served as a confessional.
So there you go.
There you go.
There's been a little change that's taken place.
There's been a tremendous amount of change, and it's all due to, you, I think, were extremely instrumental and perhaps the driving force, and the generosity of the students, former students, parents, community people who said, hey, St. Augustine is a special place. Mm-hmm. And we have to help it. We have to help it grow. We have to help it maintain and then grow. And I was surprised to learn in my later years that of the kids that attend St. Augustine, a tremendous number, 45, 50%, 48%, some such like that, are on some type of financial aid.
Right. So
that's the help.
You've been, you've been a very generous alum. And I'm just, why do you give?
Oh gosh, I hate to say it's maybe 50-50, but because of my faith, I am certainly not compelled, but I'm led, I'm suggested to give back. I was raised, the Cota family, we were not an affluent family. We, as a matter of fact, I did some trade-out work here for tuition when I was a kid. Just to help people, and to keep this, I had such a great time here, and by keeping it going, other kids will have a good time. It's a faith-based school, number one. And that's extremely important. And it's certainly, I think, more important than ever in our society of today. So the faith-based portion, the social portion, and the athletic portion. I forgot, and the academic.
Thanks, Ron. I was hoping that you would come back to academics.
Well, yeah, I screwed that one up. But
no,
the academics certainly were very important. And I might add that of the Cotas that went here, 1, 2, 3, 4. 3 of us graduated college. 1 of us has a AA degree.
Right.
So the education portion impacted us very positively. Plus the fact that our mom was very enthusiastic about us furthering our education and doing better.
Right. So tell me about the football team. I know you were a big football player back in the day. In fact, let me just say this, because I know you won't say it. Ron was all CIF. In the day, when I think there were only 11 guys chosen for the all CIF team. It
Correct,
didn't matter
sir.
divisions, anything like that. There was just 11 guys.
11 guys.
That were picked. And Ron, you were one of those guys.
Yeah.
That is amazing. Really an amazing success story, really.
Well, there was 11 guys, not 11 on offense or 11 on defense, just 11 guys. And didn't make a damn whether you went to Ramona or Coronado or San Diego High or Hoover, Crawford, whatever. Just 11 guys.
Right.
So, and met some great friends, and it was a wonderful time.
Yeah. So you went on to San Diego State?
No, I went to City College, and I played 2 years there, actually a year and a little bit more into my second season, and then didn't play after that. However, I then, in my my junior year, I had a scholarship, and I played at Cal Poly. Finished my last 2 years at Cal Poly, and played up there for 2 years.
That's Pomona?
Yes.
Pomona. Yeah. Wow. So then you graduate from college.
I graduated from college. I married my high school sweetheart, who was a student at Cathedral Girls High School, not to be confused with the new Cathedral now, but there was Cathedral Girls High School adjacent to St. Joseph's Cathedral downtown. Mm-hmm. We met at a dance after a basketball game, and we married my senior year, graduated, and came back to San Diego.
And you went into business.
I went into business. My last year in college. I had to support my wife and my babies, and or baby at that time, and came back home and continued in the insurance business, and later on into the investment business.
And then you had one of your sons, Stephen.
Yes.
He has taken over the business.
Stephen, yes. Our oldest.
Your oldest son.
Well, our only son, actually.
Only son, okay.
Yeah, our youngest child, our only son.
Right, okay. And he has a son.
He has a son.
Stephen, and he is a freshman
at
Stephen Saints right now.
Stephen, yes, he's likes to play football. He's a sophomore.
Sophomore.
And playing on the JV, and he dresses out for the varsity games.
That's great.
Oh, it's wonderful. That's absolutely wonderful.
Do you go to the games?
Every one. Don't miss them.
That is great. That is great. Yeah, I've met Stephen, who I think went to Point Loma High School
Yes.
and graduated from there. So I didn't know him, but since his son Stephen has been at school, I have had the opportunity to meet him on several occasions, and you should be very, very proud of him, and I know you are.
Indeed I am, yes.
Yeah, he's quite a human being.
Yeah,
He's
as
a wonderful guy.
our two daughters, Chrissy, the eldest, and then Suzanne, great kids as well.
So as you look from a kind of a 60-year perspective, from your time here to today, what is your feelings about St. Augustine High School today and all that has changed during that time?
Well, physically, there's been a change. There's no question that in terms of the plant. A good ball field, a tremendous gym, classrooms, the Performing Arts Center. So the plant has changed, which I think you guys have done a tremendous job in utilizing every square usable inch of the footprint. I mean, it's just tremendous. It's remarkable. And so that's been a huge change, no question. From the standpoint of the kids, they're the same. They're exactly the same. They're goofy. The little kids are goofy and trying to push the envelope and they were doing stuff perhaps a little bit differently, but the motivation of seeing what you can get away with is, I think, part of being a young man, a young boy, and I think one of the motto or mantra is accepting boys and graduating men.
That's right. There it is.
Yeah.
So your classmates, have you been able to stay close to guys you graduated with in 1962?
Oh, very much so. As a matter of fact, I play golf with one of them, two of them, three of them, maybe four, every Wednesday. Part of a group, kids that I was in first grade with. Yes. And a lot of my pals are kids that I'd gone to school with.
Yeah. It's really amazing when I look at St. Charles Borromeo, for instance, and the amount of boys that still come from that school. And every year when I look, there's always 7 or 8, 9 boys coming to St. Augustine High School and kind of following really in your footsteps.
And keep in mind, too, that I followed in others' footsteps.
Exactly.
Bob Madruga, whose family has been very generous. He was a saintsman. My brother Paul was a saintsman. Other kids from the neighborhood were saintsmen. And it was just a natural path for me to take.
Who was your football coach?
Tom Carter and Joe Galindo.
Okay. So Tom Carter, very successful, and Joe Galindo, very successful.
Yeah, Tom was, he dressed out at Notre Dame, which he likes he's passed away, God rest his soul. He was a quarterback at Notre Dame, and he did dress out. And I think by his admission, he didn't have to shower too many times after the game, but, and then Joe Galindo, who is a former Saintsman, he's also passed. Great men.
Yeah. The Augustinians, obviously, we have 2 working in the school today, and in your time, I'm sure there were quite a few.
Oh, there had to be, I'm going to say 10, 15. And again, just a good number, and they were led by I guess the word is I can't pronounce it, but tremendous guy was John Ahern. He was a force to be reckoned with intellectually and physically. He's a big man, and he had a big heart and a very fine mind. And he loved athletics.
Right.
He loved athletics. He was a Shakespeare critic, if you will. He produced Shakespeare plays here at the school, put them on, and he was a man of letters. He loved sports.
I was in the archives the other day, and I found 5 plays that he wrote in the archives, and just sitting there, and I'm going, where does a guy find time to do that and be the principal of a school? And I think he was principal for 12 years, something like that.
I believe he did have a long run at being principal, and I might add that he was, in his own way, he was very instrumental in garnering funds from outside the community and outside people of faith. That kept St. Augustine, I'm not going to say afloat, but certainly enhanced their position.
Right, right. So when you look at the history of the school pretty much stayed about the same population up until World War II. With the influx of people into San Diego after the war,
Sure.
The school began to burst at the seams. They built Sheehan and Sullivan Hall. They built this building here. And essentially, this building was finished in, I believe, 1952, and seated about 600 people. So it was small, but
It was a cozy environment.
very, very important to the
Yes.
school.
Oh, yeah.
To have a gym on campus had to be a really big deal. And I think John Ahern was in the middle of most of that. Even as assistant principal, before he was principal, he was an assistant principal. And I think he watched the school, numbers-wise, change before his eyes. And I agree. I think he's one of the most influential principals we've had. He certainly advocated and marketed us very well because we were able to get in the public school leagues.
Exactly.
And that was important because we were trying to, I can't even imagine going up Highway 1 on a bus all the way to LA, play a game and get back in the bus and come home.
Well, yeah.
It just seemed almost ridiculous.
He got us, St. Augustine, into the city prep league, which was at that point in time, it was the San Diego and Hoover and Point Loma and La Jolla and whom else? I'm missing a couple guys there, or schools, but it was a dominant league, and Father Ahern got the St. Augustine boys into that league, and it's my opinion, having had some time with him, he felt academics were certainly number one, and right after that was number two, athletics. And if the school did well athletically, it brought prominence to the school, notoriety to the school, and I think on the heels of that would be consistent enrollment, because kids wanted to be attached to winners. And I've talked to kids that have gone and played at different schools, and they said, geez, whenever we played St. Augustine, we knew we were in a
dogfight.
In a dogfight, yeah. So I'm very proud of that.
Well, in your day, where did you play your games?
Wherever we had a field available.
It didn't matter.
No. We played our games alternated between Hoover, and of course in the varsity there was night games.
Right.
So we played Hoover and used their lights, and we played San Diego High, the old Balboa Stadium, the original home of the Chargers. We played there, and of course they had lights as well.
Yeah.
So those are our two
go-to schools.
Yes.
And how did we do?
Quite well.
Did we?
Quite well, yeah.
Because we're just this small little school against
Just
these giant public schools.
A ragtag bunch of kids from 32nd Street.
There you go.
And we did quite well, as a matter of fact. And it's a little side story, but the championship that year was between Crawford and Kearney. And we beat Kearney 13-love, and we tied Crawford. The two ultimate players in the championship, and I might add that we stepped on ourselves, and we had one defeat and a tie, in addition to, anyway, we were out of the deal by a half of a game.
Oh, so you were right
out of
there.
the championship. But we do take some solace in knowing that we tied the ultimate winner and we beat the second place guy.
Okay. So not bad.
Not bad. No, heck no.
So what would be, as we move, into the next 100 years, what would be your hopes for the school?
Well, obviously that it continues in the way that it's been. Oh gosh, I think this was before you arrived. I was talking to Father Keller, and there were some people there was a plea for funds, which is not unusual, but there were some people that said, geez, I'd give money, but they're not using their property correctly. They had to sell that, and they had to move out to another place, et cetera. Sell this property and use that money as a down payment and all this. And I mentioned that to Father Keller, and John said, hey, this is our mission. If this is the area we want to serve the kids from the Logan Heights and the National Cities and the Chula Vistas, as well as we can serve the kids from La Jolla and Mission Hills and Point Loma. And he said, we ain't moving. I said, good for you. I think that's terrific.
I think that is super important given what has happened and transpired during at least the last 10 years, and that is we're centrally located.
Yeah.
We're in an urban city,
Yep.
In the center of the city, and we attract from the northernmost part of our county and diocese, as well as Tijuana.
Sure, certainly.
And out to Alpine,
Yep.
and probably even beyond that.
It's the same as when I was here. We had a young man, classmate, whose dad was stationed at Camp Pendleton, and he would get the Greyhound in Oceanside. There was no Highway 5. He would go down the old one, the Highway 101 there, and through Encinitas and Lucadia and all that business. And he came to school. And we had kids from Del Mar. They'd get the Hound. And
So that train, the coaster, hasn't been there all that time.
well, no, it was the Greyhound. That's
It
how
was a bus.
The bus, get on the Hound, and they'd come to school. And then certainly we had kids from Tijuana come on, and we had kids from El Cajon, Ramona, all over.
Still to this
I know it's
day.
the same.
It's the same. Yeah.
Yeah, quality endures.
It's their kids now.
Well, of
that are
course.
coming, right?
Or grandkids.
Or grandkids.
Yes.
Yeah, in your case.
Uh-huh.
So I really appreciate you being here, Ron.
Well,
Thank you
thanks.
for taking the time. I know. Before we leave, and this is important because I don't know if you know this, but Saintsmen are in 24 different locations around the county today doing service in the community with our faculty and staff.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that you work at ABC. Anybody can.
I don't work there.
I know
I
you don't work there.
volunteer.
You volunteer there. And tell me, like, what that's about. Like, why did you sign up to be, a volunteer at a nonprofit on Market Street in kind of a rundown part of the street even?
Sure.
And a building that's not that great.
Correct.
But you somehow found that place, and now you tutor boys there.
Well, yes. There's several reasons. I think the primary reason is that, actually, it's dual. Is my faith drives me, if you will, directs me to give back and to give, and of my time, talent, and treasure. And so that being one of the reasons, and the other reason is that we were raised to give back. As I said, we didn't come from a wealthy family by any stretch of the imagination. But we always gave. So.
And that's the same today here at this school.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how rich people are, they give.
Yeah. Again,
It's great.
we are driven to give, and so I volunteered there, and I was volunteering at another place. The name skips my mind right now. Faith-based school, and I ran into Billy Moore, who is the director of the ABC, he's the son of the former light heavyweight champion, who's now deceased, Archie Moore. And I met Billy at a social event, and I said, hey, boom, I want to talk to you about it. He said, yeah, come on down. So I volunteered there, and I've been there maybe 10 years, maybe more, tutoring the little kids in the same fashion that I was taught here. Give them a little whack now and then, or an encouragement,
And we have a young man here right now that went through that program that's here at the school, and during open house, there was another young man and his mother toured the school as well from the very same group. And what Billy and Archie Moore did is they formed this kind of club-like atmosphere for boys and girls. Well, it was boys originally.
Correct.
And now it's boys and girls.
Correct.
Used to be any boy can. Now it's anybody can.
Correct.
And the idea was to keep them in school. Most of the kids come from pretty tough circumstances.
Sure.
And get them on to a successful life.
Correct.
And they've just been a kind of a bulwark in that part of the community. And so many parents really depend on them for, especially after school stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so it works out great. And I don't know if you know this, I'm on their board now.
Congratulations.
Yeah, and so we offer our school for them for their big fundraising deal, and I think it went really well this year. And I just see it making huge strides in the community, and of course we want to be a partner with them as well.
Yeah.
It's very important for us that we're involved in that work.
Well, this is the way I believe that faith-based people give of their time, their talent, and their treasure. And this is manifested by what you guys are doing right now with ABC, assisting people. And it's consistent with the statement that I made earlier. My numbers could be wrong, but there's a tremendous number of kids in terms of percentage that are receiving some type of aid.
That too, and there's another number I came across the other day. Greg Hector, assistant principal for academics, he gave me a number that really startled me, and that is 21.3% of our graduating class this year are kids that come from families where the mom and dad never received a bachelor's degree.
Wow.
So they're going to be first generation college kids.
Yes.
They're going to change the future of their families.
Oh, yeah.
And that's 1 out of 5 of our students, and that is what our endowment actually supports, is those kind of kids who couldn't do this without a little bit of help.
Yes, and it's incumbent upon us to, I think, it's incumbent upon us as people of faith to give of our time, our talent, our treasure. And that's simply put.
Right.
And it's manifested by the Raymond Center, it's manifested by the Madruga, it's manifested by a number of people, whether it's a dime or a dollar, to help.
It all adds up.
Oh, hell yeah. I mean, yes, it does.
It does. It all adds
It does.
up. So, Mike, where do we stand?
Well, we're doing good. Let's go see some of the kids in action right now.
Okay, so we're going to shift to some kids doing service right now. So hang on. We'll be right there with you.
I'm Nate Wilson. I'm a senior at St. Augustine High School, class of 2023. Today we're here at MacArthur Park in La Mesa, taking out tumbleweeds off the hillsides and organizing them into piles and just cleaning up the park. I'm a senior at Saints. I'm involved in cross country, track, surf team, and a few other clubs. I went to grade school at School de Madeline from 4th to 8th grade. I heard about Saints through family members and friends and thought it would be a great high school to attend. As far as colleges, I'm looking to stay in the state. I'm considering UCSD, LMU, and Cal Poly for colleges, and I'm interested in studying business, specifically finance. I'm John Paul Russell, and we're here at Bataquitos Lagoon in Carlsbad, and we're here doing trail maintenance. Luca, what are your thoughts on Giving Tuesday?
I think it's a great opportunity to give back to our local communities and help out.
All right, cool. Where'd you go to grade school, and how'd you hear about Saints?
I attended the St. James Academy in Solana Beach, and I heard about Saints because my older brother and sister went to Saints in OLP.
Okay, cool. What's your Saints experience been like?
It's been a great time. Lots of community inside and outside the classroom, as I'm a rugby player. So actually after this, I'm heading to rugby to experience a great time with my friends. So
Okay.
nothing but positive things.
Do you know where you're going to college and what you're going to study?
So I'm still filling out some apps, so don't entirely know. I'm applying all over the West Coast, but I'm hoping to study mechanical engineering.
Okay, cool. When I say brotherhood, what do you think of?
I think of, again, the community inside and outside the classroom, where it's just a big group of guys getting around. And in addition to outside of school, seeing someone around with a Saints shirt on and being able to go up to them and have without ever knowing the guy, immediate bond and connection. So,
Yeah. So today we're raising money for the Saints Endowment. Why should people give back to Saints?
I think giving the opportunity to more people, as many people as possible, is a great thing to do. So getting as many people the ability to experience the Saints environment is wonderful.
Okay, cool. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Devin Garma. Who am I here with?
Donaldo Gutierrez.
What are we doing today?
We are here at St. Didacus Catholic School helping teachers and students with anything that they need.
That's pretty good. What are your thoughts on Giving Tuesday?
Giving Tuesday is a day that Saintsmen go out into the community and help out schools and local parks.
Where did you attend grade school?
I attended Sacred Heart Prayer School in Coronado.
And then how did you hear about Saints?
My 3 older brothers came to Saints and graduated, so I decided to follow on their footsteps and continue on that legacy.
What has your Saints experience been so far?
It's been pretty good. It's kind of sad to say that I will be leaving in 5 months to graduate, but yeah, overall it's been good.
Where are you headed to college?
Hopefully San Diego State and maybe some other schools, but I haven't heard back from that yet.
What do you plan to study?
Business management.
What made you pick that university or field that you're going to?
My dad's a businessman, so ever since then I've just been following his footsteps.
When I say brotherhood, what do you think of?
Kind of just like the environments at the games and the environment that we have at lunchtimes.
So today we're raising money for Saints Endowment. Why should people give back to Saints?
Because I think Saints is a really good school that helps out the community, and it helps out young men to go out in the future and go out into the world.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Every day it's getting closer, going faster than a roller coaster. Love like yours will surely come my way. Hey, hey, hey. Every day it's getting faster.
I'm Ned Wilson, class of 58. I grew up in North Park, 28th Street, the Catholic ghetto. Came to Saints as a 9th grader. Was able to, with my brother who came the next year, to either walk or ride our bikes from our house. I got one of the first biology degrees from the College for Men at USD. And I was out mowing the lawn. Down the block, Coach Whitaker came down and suggested, if you're still a science guy and still interested, maybe you want to teach. And so Father Kane interviewed me and said, I think you might fit in. It's teaching high school biology, and the guy here is leaving, and there'll be an opening. That was the May of 1965, and boom.
He teaches students. He cares deeply for students. He wants them to succeed, wants them to be enthusiastic, knowledgeable about biology, about science, and he's been very successful at doing that.
One of the biggest things for me was people who didn't come happily to science. One of the greatest feels I've ever had in teaching is the bright light that went on, that they understood some facet.
He was a very good teacher at home as well as he was at school. Everything he did at school, we learned at home from a very young age.
Ned has also independently helped people over the years who have needed help. This is certainly a gift that Ned has given to so many people, a gift of his resources as a good human being.
And over the years, he worked his way up even to become a community leader within the Boy Scouts and actually had an active role in the headquarters in the Boy Scouts for a while. Having him as a teacher was actually a lot like having him around at home sometimes. I mean, but some of the memories that stick out are some of the other students in class would lean on me, thinking that I had access to test scores or test answers. My dad taught myself, he taught my brother, and he taught his grandson. So it's pretty amazing, you know, that he was here that long to be able to actually teach his grandson, which he was very, very happy to do.
Because he truly is the epitome of a saintsman. His caringness, his lovingness, his living the faith.
I was showing that you be fired up in your life and be ready to take on whatever it is every single day so that it becomes that routine, etc., and that we will move ahead with our brother Augustine and with the good Lord. So fire up.
Hi, I'm Devin Garma. Who am I here with today?
Aiden Kemp.
Where are we today?
We're here at St. Didacus Elementary School.
What are we doing today?
We're helping the art teacher prepare a classroom for the up-and-coming class.
Sounds good. What's your thoughts on Giving Tuesday?
I love it. As a transfer student, it's definitely something different, and so far so good.
Where did you attend grade school?
I attended grade school in Okinawa, Japan.
Oh.
Yeah.
How did you hear about Saints?
I heard about Saints through a friend who's also a senior here too, but through sports mainly.
That's awesome. What's your Saints experience been like so far?
It's been great. Super welcoming community, especially as a junior transfer. So I have nothing but great things to say.
That's awesome. Where do you plan to head to college?
The Naval Academy.
That's awesome. What do you plan to study?
General engineering. Yeah.
What made you pick that university?
My father's in the military, and just I've grown up around a community of Naval Academy alumni, so that's influenced me a lot.
That's good. When I say brotherhood, what do you think of?
Saints, to be honest.
Today we're raising money for Saints Endowment. Why do you think people should give back to Saints?
Just to fuel the next generation. Like, there's a bunch of great kids coming through, and just when you give back, it like greatens the experience for them.
Awesome. Thank you.
Well, hello. We're back in the Raymond Center of the Performing Arts, and going to be interviewing Father John Keller in just a second. But before I do that, I would just like to thank a few more people that have given since our last time. Jennifer Kemp, thank you so much for your gift. Karen Riley, John Kuntz, Kelly Mooney, thanks so much, Kelly. Denise Newell, and Sylvia Gonzalez. Now, I noticed a lot of females in this group,
yes.
so we need the guys to kind of step up this next round. So just a challenge to you. But thank you. We're at a little over $11,000 right now raised. Our goal is $100,000. And what we're doing right now, if you haven't gotten wind of it, we're going to be going strong until 4 p.m. So we're going to get there. Remember, some of you I know joined late. We're trying to raise $100,000. So one student accepted as a ninth grader, paid for all the way through to his senior year, even though a lot of the times the money's divided and it goes a million different ways. But that's the idea in our head anyway. And just a recap of the endowment is a restricted fund, and your money is fully protected when it goes into the fund because legally it cannot be taken out. The only thing that can be taken out is the residual growth of the investment. So right now, our endowment stands at about $11,400,000, $300,000 in between there someplace. And our goal for 2038 is $40 million. So we have a ways to go. But what that means practically for our school is when we get to $40 million in our endowment in a normal economic year, and I know this year has not been normal, in a normal year, $2 million will be flowing into Saints for financial assistance, protecting the Augustinian mission of the school, which is essentially any boy who has the ability and the desire to attend this school, regardless of parents' income, can come and be a saintsman and, in our view, thrive. And so to help me and to help you kind of maybe garner a little bit different perspective is our former principal, former provincial, our former president, and now a member of our board of directors, Father John Keller, a member of the class of 1955.
Watch our smoke, writ on bread and trestle. That was what we said as we left.
Okay.
Class of 55, writ on bridge and trestle.
Okay. I got it. I don't know what it means, but I think it's great. So here we are. I knew that this interview would be special. So pay attention because there was a lot of things that could go right past you here.
Right. Yeah.
I know.
A lot went past me.
So I have, just to start this interview off, Father, I have a distinct, and maybe my memory's failing me here a little bit, but when I accepted the job to replace you, I know that at the time it might have been a little controversial from the Augustinian point of view, but I don't think it was from your point of view.
Not at all.
And I remember you saying to me, we were standing on the front porch of the monastery, and you said to me, "I'm so grateful you took this job because I hated it."
Did I say that?
Something like that.
Oh no, I think that's
something like that. So I was happy to rescue you from the president's job.
Yeah.
So the school has changed quite a bit since your time here,
yes.
And 1955. So that meant you started here in 1951.
Exactly.
And I know that in 1951, there had just been some building that had gone on here.
Yeah.
Sheehan and Sullivan Hall had been constructed.
Yes.
The gym was being finished up.
That's correct. During my time there, yeah.
Right. And so you were there during that time. How big was the school? Did you have any recollection in 1951 how big Saints was?
I would think it's about 600 or so. Saints went to 825, I think, in the late Ahern period. And that was really big, and that's, well, the Sullivan, those buildings you mentioned, were the first there were 4 buildings, and then there were 4 more of Sheehan, and Sheehan was added to yet a second time. So we got to 825 in, I think we'd be late Ahern period.
Right. Is that about the time that Uni High School was founded?
Shortly after that, I believe. I think they opened in 52.
Oh, 52.
I think so, yes.
Oh, okay.
And it was a boys' high school, and they were using property right next to USD.
Right.
And we were very helpful in getting Uni going. Father Kane was principal at the time here at Saints, and he with Father Dickey. Father Dickey was the founding principal over at Uni. And so he knew that he had a boys' school going,
Right.
and he knew that Saints was the boys' school in town. So we were very helpful. And Father Danaher, no, excuse me, it was Father Glenn taught Latin over there for a while at Uni in order to help them through, because they were slow starting and they had to build a faculty. They had to build a unit, the whole thing going.
Right.
So Uni was there, and that did affect us.
I'm sure
it was a boys' school, in some cases closer to their families, and in some cases, people who were attached to USD saw as University of San Diego High School was, kind of an asset.
So, what would you say when you recollect your time here at Saints as a student? What is in that recollection?
Not a lot, frankly.
Really?
No, I wasn't a very self-conscious awareness person. I was raised in La Mesa. I went to public schools out there. Went to Blessed Sacrament for 1 year, and then for some reason I'm the 5th of 5 children, and all the others. 2 of the girls went to Rosary. 1 of the girls went to Grossmont. My brother went to Grossmont, and here I was, tail end. So I don't know why, but I think my mother, who went to a Catholic school when she was a girl, thought highly that this might be a great operation for us.
Right.
So, and I was eager. I was quite willing to do this. So it was by bus and drop off. My mom taught at Brooklyn School at the time, so it was convenient for me. And we did a lot of exchanging of rides, which is still going on at Saints, big time.
Big time, yeah.
Yeah, come by anytime.
I was just talking to a
8.
mom the other day up in the Escondido area, and she said there's so many more kids coming from that part of town. It's made the drives easier, so they don't have to carpool as many days each week. And she said she was grateful for that, because it is kind of a long drive.
For me anyway, and I think it continues to be a great asset in terms of what the school can offer. I mean, I got to know a kid who's an Anglo guy who his father was a broker down at the border, and so he lived in Chula Vista and was very much connected with Tijuana and all that. I would never have met somebody like that in La Mesa.
Right.
You just didn't know. So you became much more acquainted with the city of San Diego and its environs, and also with a greater mix of people from different locations, different color, language. Saints really is not a microcosm of this community, but it's pretty close.
It is. It is.
If you do the numbers, it's pretty close.
Yeah, I did those numbers about 7 or 8 years ago, and we were pretty much right on the mark with most ethnic groups throughout. And as I was telling our audience earlier today, 1 out of 5 boys right now have parents who have neither graduated from 4-year college.
Is that right?
Yeah. So first time college, they're on their way, and we know what a college education means for
a family.
Yeah,
and
it
for
changes
his
history.
experiences, terrific.
Yeah, it is terrific. And that's one of the reasons why this push for the endowment is we do have those families that do need a little help. And I know there's people out there today that will be able to do that. When did you make the decision to become an Augustinian priest?
Well, it took 9 years.
Well,
yeah, a little of this. No, it was a comfortable decision for me. In my situation, my father opposed the whole idea, thought it was crazy. And at the time, being 18, that was young, old enough, I guess. Anyway, I needed permission from my father to go to the novitiate, to enter into the program. And so he refused for a while, but then I secretly signed up for San Diego State, my failsafe. And so, but it was a fairly easy, it had some rough spots, and some rough spots of decision making, also of experience. Because after novitiate year, which is a year kind of a monastic quiet time of reflection, then it was 4 years at Villanova. And then after Villanova, I was sent to Rome for 4 years. So that was a whole change of things. Mm-hmm. In Rome, our language of the house was Italian, the language of study was Latin. This is before Vatican II. And so it was a challenging experience, but also a great opportunity because I got to see have a summer in Spain and perfect my Spanish and really an international situation.
When were you ordained?
In 1964.
Ooh, right in the middle of
exactly
major change.
And that's a key piece of it.
Yeah.
The Vatican Council started in '62.
Right.
If you look closely at any of the video of the Bob Gavoto, Saints Graduate of 55, and we carried candles, I think, in the front of that procession.
Really?
Claim to fame.
Well, that's
anyway,
a big one.
That was '62, and then the council ended in '65. So we left Rome. I left Rome. Bob stayed on for a doctorate, but I left Rome in '64. And then the council ended in '65.
Right.
And then all the repercussions, the implications, the development, the controversy, all that happened after Vatican II kind of hit our shores around 1970.
Right.
And then, all the things that happened in the church, which were wonderful and yet demanding and continue to be demanding. I'm doing some resource reading and planning a book on some of the things that Father Pat Kane did during that period, post-Vatican II. What we're talking about is post-Vatican II now.
Right.
But very interesting. In fact, Kane was principal here for 13 years.
Right. He followed Father Ahern.
Yes.
So 62, 63 maybe to 75? Something like that?
Yes, something like that.
Right, right. And it wasn't a quiet time.
No.
It wasn't a quiet time.
It was a tough time.
It was a very tough
Ahern
time.
was big, was a marvelous teacher, a socio-administrator, but very effective in many, many ways.
Yeah.
And Pat Kane brought, there was a greater emphasis on sports, athletics became more important under Pat. Also, I think a diversity of attitude, because Ahern was an ordinary guy from Philly, Irish Catholic, but he had certain aristocratic tendencies. So
that's funny you say that, because I didn't know that, but I knew that. He just kind of goes with that.
Oh, yes.
That personality.
Yes. It was a great privilege when I was senior in high school. He called me John for the first time. I mean, he didn't call anybody by first name.
Right.
No, he was a wonderful man. Right. Quite impressive. Very impressive.
So, you became? So, did you ever teach here at the school?
Yes. When I came back from Rome, I was part of the afflictions received by the freshmen and sophomores at Saints.
It was hard
for them and me.
Yeah, I started teaching in '71, and it was very difficult in those
Oh,
times.
64, yeah. And
Just the way the kids were.
Oh, yeah, and Father Pat Kane was the principal, and so I was here, and I was named director of student activities, and I was a chaplain, and I could teach 3 courses, and he offered me Spanish, religion, and algebra 2.
There you go.
I could have 2 of the 3. I said, it would be an injustice for me to teach algebra 2. I have good grades, but I don't know. I don't know how to do that.
Right.
So I took Spanish, and it was fine. But
yeah,
it was a trial by fire.
Right.
Any of you who are teachers might understand what I'm talking about.
Right. No, you get put in the mix, and then it.
And
Okay,
you have to
go.
learn your own path, earn
Right.
your own
That's right.
own shoes. Yeah.
That's right. So I know that when John Sanders became the principal, 1988, I think you were provincial at that time?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So that was a monumental decision that, I don't know if you made it or someone made it, that to bring this energetic young friar into the mix as the principal. No president in those days, just the principal.
Just the principal.
And from what I can recollect in writing this book is you went back to the group for the core values, unity, truth, and love. And it seemed like it was a grassroots kind of methodology that you used to kind of. But my question is, why did you go through that process kind of right there in the 90s? And what was before?
Well,
I mean, how did you define saints in those days in terms of the values?
we didn't do a very good job of that, and nor were schools generally doing it.
Right.
In fact, a good deal of the methodology that I used, it came from business. It was how you develop a culture in a business. What are the aspects of coherence that make the institution, the body, whatever it is, coherent, friendly, creative, competitive, and attractive to whomever you were serving, so that people would want to be a part of. And a lot of things are the commercial stuff, but a lot of things also are consistency of what we're doing,
Mm-hmm.
what guides our decisions. If it helps our core value, then we go with it. If it's contradictory, even though it's attractive or even though it's profitable, don't go there.
Mm-hmm.
And we have very sound, wonderful core values
We do.
that come from Augustine and are so biblical. When you kind of pull it out and say unity, truth, and love, okay. Well, hey, didn't you? That's what the Acts of the Apostles is talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Being of one mind, one heart, intent upon God, is pretty basic Christianity, pretty basic message.
It was kind of like, how do you live as a Christian?
Right. That's the unity, community, fellowship.
Mm-hmm.
And then the truth is probably, Jesus says, I am the truth. But that doesn't kind of, I am the truth. I think we want truth more in the St. Thomas Aquinas sense, more Aristotle, where truth is reality. It is in conformity with reality. It's founded. It's not subjective. Your truth is
My truth.
Is not my truth.
Right.
I have truths that are, but those are more like intimate perceptions or convictions. But you can't say that all horses should have 5 legs. No. A horse has to have 4 legs. I don't care what you like about legs on horses.
Right.
So that's a wonderful thing. And in our society right now, where there's lack of willingness or interest in being grounded in truth, or it's a difficult time for that particular.
Yeah, it's very
value.
relative right now.
Yeah.
And absolutes are out the door and all those kinds
so
of things.
But it's great because
Right.
we're not going to argue about what the theorem is. You just have to learn it and know how to work it and how to make good use of it.
And it actually works.
That
If you do it correctly, it works.
It works.
It works.
So anyway, those core values. But the basic idea is alignment.
Mm-hmm.
Alignment of the values as they show themselves in intramurals, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Rules, regulations, awards, achievement, all built into that simple little thing of keeping guys busy and enjoying their break in competition. It's not phony.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty basic stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But the core values have been very important for us because it gives the whole effort continuity of purpose, similarity of application, and yet is very flexible.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's 9 other schools that are secondary Augustinian schools, and the core values are identical, and we can have meetings and discuss things about and around the core values.
Right. In some of those schools that you speak of, some are larger, some are smaller, half of them are co-ed, half of them are boys only, and also one's in Canada, the others are in the States. What I think is kind of helpful when we talk and so forth is to look at other schools and how they're teasing out the shape of, for example, their sports program or their drama program, and why they want to fund, for example, drama and art. Because money will follow purpose if it's on target. If you're following your values. That means you make sacrifices on behalf of the value, which might be art, music, things that don't, in boys' schools anyway, often get neglected. And I think presently at Saints, we're making a very sincere effort we always have been good in music. And I think music because we have a band, and bands march. They march and they have a uniform, and it's fun. Some of our boys, even now, said, "I didn't know many people, but I sure enjoyed the band, and we had a good time."
Right. And of course, one of the articulations of all that are musicals, and now we have this theater, and we can actually put the band with actors and actors, and it's wonderful. And to see boys dance and sing and act
and have a good time
and really enjoy each other's company.
I think they do.
And I think it also helps maybe define the brotherhood even a little
wider.
better and wider. Yeah.
Yes.
Like
but in that regard, like the kids who are smart and are studious and so forth, and the ball players. In my own experience, it had not been kind of divisive. They were separate groups with separate interests and enthusiasms, but it didn't seem like and both, the head of the yearbook was honored. The guy who ran the newspaper was okay.
Right.
The Key Club was decent, and yet also football was king. I mean, so it wasn't terribly divisive.
No. So you go through this business model process and you identify these 3 values, and you're also doing that at our brother or sister school, Villanova Preparatory School in Ojai, and you come up with the same 3 values.
Yes, we did a survey. We went from scratch, What is it that you care about in your school? This is just, and what is it that you would be sorry about in your school if it happened or it was done? Both it was what I support, what I don't want.
Right.
And so that you start to, And then you go back and start to kind of shape it out. You come up with a shaping of things that look a lot like community and truth, really serious study, and something about caring for one another by actions, looking after the people on the margins.
And didn't you go back to the 13th century and look at some coat of arms?
Oh yes.
Yeah, which I found this very interesting that this happened this way.
Well, it did, and it was because I was talking to Father Neely. Father Neely was our guru, Augustinian, a classicist, masters in Latin and Greek, very, very humane. and at some point or another, was, these are, look, well, and he said, oh, well, we knew that. Kind of, and then he held up, these coat of arms with a unitas, caritas, veritas. It was there, but it was hidden.
Right, and what I found interesting about it is the fact that it was there and it was discernible by people that were working in these schools, whether they knew it or not.
Yes,
these ideas were driving them.
I think so.
Forward,
largely.
Yeah.
But the importance about lifting them up is then they become highly aspirational. Then they become something that everyone, you're on board or aren't you on board, because we're going after these three things. If you had to learn it by experience, it takes a longer time and sometimes not so evident. So it's aspirational.
One of the things that I think has really made this work really well is a thing that I think you were in on, the creation of the Augustinian Values Institute. And I would like, if you could just share a few of your ideas, how that got started. I think it was about 2004, 2003 when it started up, and what that has meant to the 10 schools.
Yeah, well, it seemed like kind of obvious in a way that we needed to have a pep rally, again, a gathering in which we both learned more about those values, found out from other voices and other situations how they're doing it, to know that you have allies and colleagues in that same endeavor, and then break out into groups of, so it amounts to this. There's the 10 schools. They send about 6 to 10 adults. And these generally are, or many times are, newcomers to the faculty. So they've been with, might be seasoned faculty, but they are in the school, the Augustinian school, maybe 1 year, 2 years, 3 years.
Right.
So they've had some indoctrination and local onboarding. But then after that, to get kind of aspects of it, features of it, to see it, kind of hold it up and circle around, that's what happens. It's a very simple thing, gathering on a Friday. We just do 3 days, but we do move it around the country. And so that's a very valuable thing for us, to see one another's operations, their schools, what they're proud of, and also to share things. And in some cases, permanent friendships or relationships that extend professionally and also personally. So it's kind of great.
It is.
And we need to, it needs to be regroomed. We've done maybe 10, 12 of these.
4, so we're almost at 20. We're
20.
coming up in 2 years. We'll be at 2018.
And at the same time, then we began a similar program for the students. The Students Augustinian Values Institute, which is the same concept, but in this case we choose sophomore students who are sophomores in the school, who we are kind of grooming or looking forward to being the leadership as they move up through the grades. Going to one school, so there's about 60 to 70 students and another 10 faculty members or so. And that, I've only been to one of those, I think. But everyone seems to come back with enthusiasm.
Right.
And our boys are kind of like, wow, there's more to this than we thought.
And they stay connected.
They
with social media and stuff. I was talking to Gage Witten the other day, and he was saying, "Oh yeah, I've got about 5 or 6 guys I email all the time."
Oh, they were friends from the
From the
Savvy?
Savvy. Yeah, yeah. So it's been good, really good. Now I want to kind of shift gears here. You look like a great student because you brought a lot of books
I
to
brought my
the
books,
interview.
yeah.
And I always knew this about you, that you're a voracious reader and all those kinds of things. And you worked over at the University of San Diego for a while, and I think campus ministry.
Yes.
So what would you like to share with us today?
You know what I'd like to share? I know this thing we're doing, and you're joining us, is to raise funds, money. And what I want to think about, and I don't need to spring this on you, but who is it, with this desire we have, is to make our school accessible, not simply for the affluent and well-positioned people, but others who are less well-positioned financially. And I think of a particular need that we can talk about this later, but there are families where there's a boy or a couple boys where there's no father, because the father, whatever reason, we have a mother raising her boy or boys alone, or with that family. I mean, it's not like a desert, but it's a difficult.
It could be the other way too. I talked to a dad the other day that was doing the very same thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just the way it worked out.
In those situations, I think that yes, a boys' school for a boy with an inactive, non-participating father, and that could be simply death. In any case, where such burdens are then placed on a mother, some of which are difficult to bear. Wouldn't it be great if we had some kind of organization or philanthropy of women, and I would call it the St. Monica Fund, because Monica had trouble raising Augustine. Augustine's father was kind of absent and kind of mean when he was home. And so Monica was raising a boy alone, kinda. Because I think the dad was a bad influence rather than good influence. And so, Augustine had hard times, as we know. Up until 33, he was a maverick. He was a pain in the butt.
It kind of seems to me that Patricius, Augustine's dad, would be more like the cultural values that we find in our own society, power, prestige, those kinds of things, where Monica was honed in on the Christian values.
Yeah, and Patricius was not a Christian until much later in his life.
Right.
And and he was the big guy who stoked up and made sure that Augustine had a good education.
Right.
And worked and so forth, got that to happen. But he wasn't he wasn't a good father, or wasn't. So I'm not talking about bad fathers. I'm talking about the situation that exists after the fact, for whatever reasons. And a lot of people are strained to come up with tuition. So, I'm just playing with that.
Right. So, as you know, I call all the freshman parents, and I talk to a lot of the single moms. And there's certainly a lot more single moms than there are single dads, but there are a few of those guys out there who are trying to figure it all out without a wife. And it is hard, and we are helping them.
I think we are.
We are. We are definitely helping them. And what I hear over and over again from them is they're so happy that their boys are with such good men here at the school
and
as
that's
mentors.
Part of the value. Yeah.
I think it's very, very helpful to them to know every day for 7 or 8 hours they're with a good man.
And in sports and so forth, they are well guided, and I think given proper values, and it's just physically getting a good chance.
Yeah.
But that's just kind of a floater on my thoughts in my frame, and but I am talking to some people.
Right. No, and I think the St. Monica Fund or something like that. does make a lot of sense. You know,
And I think perhaps we're doing it already from without a name, without a
Right.
without a you know, an attraction.
Right.
But specifically, I think it has a certain, well, attractiveness and also merit, and I think a big bang payoff. I mean, that we won't see. A family, a mom might realize during the process, but none of us know really.
we don't.
Education is an investment. Is taking a chance.
You know, as you know, I just celebrated 50 years as a Catholic school educator, so I've been at other schools, and it is so surprising to me to have what I still think are kids who are in their 60s call me and thank me for stuff that I don't even remember.
Amazing.
I don't even remember, and I kind of laugh at the whole idea, but they remember these things.
Right. Yeah. And they're in a position where they need to have good memories, not scarred or
No.
neglect or
No.
ignored or made fun of. And that's one of the things, as saints in a way, there's a lot of play. There's a lot of what one would, I know women who come on, those kids are really mean to one. Oh, they're not mean to one another. That's just the way boys behave.
That's right. That's right.
It's a nuisance, I agree, but it's not mean.
Could you stop it, boys?
Please.
Really.
But I think that's a very good grounding as well for them as in their relationships to other boys and other men.
I think too the interesting thing for me is the women who are faculty members, and even some of these women actually are coaches too, and how they have jumped into all boys education.
I can see
and
it.
Understand it and understand it.
And they're good.
Yeah.
If they don't, they should get out of it.
Yeah.
Because it's
once they figure out that the boy doesn't need another mother, then they're on their way.
Yeah.
Really.
What they need is a woman coach.
They need a woman coach. Yeah. Yeah. Good role model. So the books.
Well, I
what have you brought to us?
I just brought this John
I'll
Sanders
hold it here.
book. That's from 1922 to 1985. So it's a 75-year history. And John's brother, Gary, who is our present provincial and taught here at Saints and all, he's trying to work on an 1985 to 2022 to finish off the book that John did. It's very well done. It's very well done. If you kind of curious about early, see, 1922, OLP I think was started in 1885 maybe. It's an old school, and the public schools were going in the end of the 19th century. I don't know when San Diego High opened, but
it was the first high school.
Yes, and it could have been in that. I think OLP and San Diego High are of the same generation era. And so it's kind of interesting to ourselves, for example, to understand how this little school began with 12 students on the porch at St. Vincent's Rectory to where we are now, and what paths we could have gone other way. We were tempted, we were asked to do different things, go co-ed, move to El Cajon, Bishop buy the place, he just wanted to take it. Anyway, different things. And we've had ups and downs, tough times.
Yeah, Father Neely, before his death, told the story of the provincial in those days coming from Philadelphia on a train, and luckily he stopped off at St. Rita's in Chicago.
That's it.
And he was telling the principal what he was going to do, and the principal goes, "You can't close that school." He goes, "Well, they can't pay their bills." And he goes, "I've tried this guy and that guy," and he goes, "Well, try this other guy." And I think it was Father Kirk. Give him a chance.
Wilbur Kirk.
Wilbur Kirk, and anyway, he came in and he did this amazing thing. He actually made people pay tuition.
Yeah.
And then the school was fine. But this book, if you're interested, it's Before All Else, and those are important words because they come from the Rule of St. Augustine.
They're the first words of the rule. Before all else, that's the preeminence. Before all else, this is what you got to do: love God and love your neighbor. I mean, like nothing brand new.
We kind of get that, okay. What
But-
else, Father?
No, but that's Keystone.
But you can get this online, and it's written by Father John R. Sanders, who is a very, very popular principal. Got us really, I think, his energy got us moving in the right direction. And he passed suddenly after the USC Notre Dame game in 2000, and then you got the call, and you were the next principal.
2001, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a surprise for us. Now, this other book is the more recent one. This is by the author, Ed Hearn, and it's done in a kind of captures some of what John wrote, so that it is a narrative of the 100 years of the school, but done kind of in a manner which is sometimes thematically, sometimes a straight out timeline, but it's very interesting and very attractively presented, because there's sidebars that kind of pull up a single idea and just kind of discuss it, and other things are in that narrative fashion, and the photography is good and appropriate. It covers everything. And what is kind of interesting as well is there's pictures that you'll identify both locations and also some people that you say, oh yeah, there's Dr. Ray. Oh yeah, things that kind of are fun to see.
Right.
And the art show here or there. So
one of the things
that's something I hadn't noticed. These are the score. This is Sports at Saints, all-time St. Augustine League and CIF titles. So it gives a
one page.
So
So this book that Father Sanders wrote is about the Augustinians in the West. And so
that's
it's
correct.
all the ministries.
That's right, yeah.
And this book is primarily focused just on St. Augustine High School.
The world is a book, and those who do not travel. Those who do not travel, read only a page. So that encourages all of you who want to take trips. It's St. Augustine.
Yeah.
So that's sprinkled in here is
One of
quote from
the
Augustine.
things that we did is each chapter begins with a quote from St. Augustine.
So it's very interesting.
Well, thank you.
An easy read, easy to approach. And if you're just interested in periods of time or moments, you can find it just.
Yeah, we tried to interject a lot of San Diego history into the book as well, so it had a context.
Yeah, great.
As well.
That's nice. Thank you.
Well, I
Enough?
appreciate your appreciate your
I-
time
yeah.
and also your leadership. You've been on the board for years and years and years, and you've been in a place of the underpinnings of the structure of the school, and in a real way, for me, kind of like the intellectual center of the school. You probably are not aware of this, but when you speak at board meetings, everyone listens.
Yeah, I thought they were deaf, or
no, they are on what you're saying. And
am I talking another language?
And the other thing I want to say about this is, so Father John is the assistant to the provincial when it comes to education at
that's
Saints. So one of my bosses, and so we would go to the ASEA meetings, the Augustinian Secondary Education Association, so the heads of school of all the 10 schools, and their counterparts, and Father John would be there. And so I start I'm a neophyte, and he has an agenda, and it's a strong agenda. And I just, the whole time I thought, it's just amazing that no one can defeat this man, because it was like they just didn't care. They didn't have the energy for new ideas and new thinking. And I would, you can ask my wife, I would go home and go, I cannot believe all the energy in all of this is Father John. And so anyway, I picked up the bailiwick, and we both kind of divided and conquered a little bit, but I love those meetings for the intellectual quality that you brought to the table.
And people are out there.
They are. And more today than there were back in
I
07
I
and
think
08.
so. Yeah, it was
Yeah.
kind of a deadly, kind of dragging.
It was dragging.
Too much stuff.
It was dragging, yeah. But I appreciate so much all you've done for
Well, thank
Saints and for the province as
Good,
provincial.
good.
And
Well, thank you.
You've been
Yeah.
amazing.
And
mentor
what's
for me.
happened here, this campus since 2003 is when you came on board? Or
07. Yeah. Oh, it was
Oh,
Horn. You
oh,
hired
yeah, that's right.
Jim Horn as principal.
I bought my way out.
You did. You slowly moved right out.
Right. And that, to the people out there, and so many people in your South End, really the school is flourishing.
Thank you.
And it needs to. It's a good
Continue.
thing. Good thing.
So I don't want to beat a dead horse, but if you are interested in making a contribution today, go to sahs.org, and when that page opens up, you'll see exactly what you need to do, and I will encourage you to really think hard about investing in this great school.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Saints has a pretty rigorous academic program, so I think the teachers here really work hard to apply the best education to the students so that they're ready for college.
It's nice that teachers and students, you're known and you're cared for. I remember when I was a freshman, I was struggling in English. English is not my best subject, and I remember walking into a tech club at lunch just to hang out, and Athena was like, "Why the long face?" I was pretty bummed out, and I was like, I bombed this test. He's like, "Oh, for which teacher?" And I said, "Oh, for honors English." He's like, "Don't worry about it." And every day I would go to him and he would help me. And it's that support system that really makes this school so special.
St. Augustine High School. Its strong past makes it rich with tradition. Its energy and vision make it a sound investment for your future. Saints offers you more than other high schools in academics, in the way of a faith life, in athletics. Nowhere else in San Diego will you find a high school experience worth so much to a young man bound for leadership in the 21st century. It will truly be an experience you will treasure all the days of your life. Sports at Saints means success. With dedication and desire, you can be part of this, a powerful and well-developed athletic program. St. Augustine High School competes in football, tennis and volleyball, baseball, track and cross country, basketball, golf and swimming, body, mind, and soul. At Saints, these are the ingredients that turn a young athlete into a well-rounded person. St. Augustine continues to bring its teams to playoffs and league championships. You'll become part of a long tradition of winning. At the freshman level, Saints offers teams in football, basketball, and baseball. This allows you to enter high school and develop your athletic ability during the excitement of the game and not on the bench. Your confidence will grow as you accumulate experience for junior varsity and varsity competition. Intramurals make it possible for anyone to get into the action. In addition to volleyball, the Saints intramural program also includes football, basketball, and ping pong. After graduation, some Saints athletes go on to play at such colleges as the University of Southern California, UCLA, Colorado, the University of San Diego, and Harvard. But it doesn't stop there. Saints alumni have played for professional teams like the Chiefs, the Giants, the Padres, the Raiders, the White Sox, and the Royals. Numerous opportunities to play, academic excellence, and devotion to God, mind, body, and soul. These make up an unbeatable combination for the Saints sportsman. Saints is strong academically. At any given time, it's not uncommon for more than 40% of the student body to be on the honor roll. Saints is designed to help you succeed, and students worried about certain subjects can get tutoring from teachers or peer counselors who have the ability to explain subjects in ways you can understand. Saints is proud of its liberal arts program and the school's advanced placement courses, which will give you an edge as you pass the AP exams and receive college credit before graduating high school. Saints also offers college and career counseling. When you graduate from Saints, you'll have what you need to go to the college or university of your choice. 98% of all Saintsmen go on to college, and there they continue to enjoy the success they began at St. Augustine High School. At Saints, you'll receive the support that comes from a school interested in your Christian growth as well. Since 1922, St. Augustine High School has been centered around an environment of strong faith and Christian values. And this emphasis on faith enhances every aspect of school life. A weekly Mass like the one you see here is a rich part of the Saintsman's tradition. In addition to daily prayer, students organize activities to serve the community. Saintsmen participate in holiday food drives, toy and clothing collections, and give aid to missions, orphanages, and the homeless. This is a point of pride at Saints, a school with a reputation for caring on both sides of the international border. At Saints, you will broaden your horizons, discover the artist within. Musically, you can learn to play an instrument, perform in a jazz band, or don the uniform of the Saints Marching Band. St. Augustine High School also offers theater arts classes. Saintsmen perform in drama productions both at school and in city theaters. And take a look at some of the other activities available to you. In addition to the ASB, there's a school newspaper, roller hockey, an art club, a Model United Nations program, a speech team, a photography club, a French and Spanish club, a folk choir, and the Dark Side Circle, a group of students with a burning interest for the movie Star Wars. At Saints, you won't have to pass up one activity to do another. You can be a good student, participate in sports, play the guitar, and be editor of the newspaper, all at the same time. Saints gives you the chance. All you need is desire.
When I came here, I didn't know how much the world could offer me, but with Saints, I've had an opportunity to get into Saints, into drama, into the arts, and anything I could have possibly wanted to do in life.
All boys does not mean no girls. Saints has a close association with the Academy of Our Lady of Peace, an all-girls Catholic high school located just a short distance from St. Augustine High School. Girls from OLP attend the famous Saints dances, and the young ladies from OLP are also the Saints cheerleaders.
Girls are not the problem here at Saints. Girls are everywhere. It's almost like the only time they're not here is during class. You know, there's many events here at Saints that involve the girls down at Our Lady of Peace. Everybody gets actively involved in the football games, basketball games, any other sports events. They always are down here after school. It's the only time they're not here is during class. So it's just like any other school. So, and it actually enables you to focus a little bit more on your work during class, too. So, you get to be yourself.
An autumn wouldn't be complete without the festivities of Saints' homecoming celebration.
St. Augustine's made me the person that I am today. It's given me a lot of confidence in myself. It's enabled me to open up to my community, to my family, to my friends.
Like the great friendships you get out of this. For 4 years, you build it. You get here your freshman year. You're a little nervous. You don't know how you're gonna blend in, you know. But they just make you feel at home.
The fraternity and the brotherhood we have here. I haven't really seen another high school in San Diego that can come close to really matching it. The community here is different than any place you'll ever find. You'll meet so many people, and there's so many people here that'll help you out in getting to where you want to be. So many times you'll be around San Diego and just run into someone from Saints, and it's like they've known you for years.
You meet alumni from all walks of life. They graduated from Saints, and you know, if you're walking around with a sweatshirt on that says St. Augustine on it, alumni can come up to you and say, you know, hey, did you go to Saints? I graduated from there in, you know, '73 or something like that. And that's happened to me several times. I wouldn't miss anything for the world about it. It's just the great friendships that are always going to keep going even after I leave, and I think that's the best thing about it.
Everybody
Why don't you throw something else in there?
That and now it's Crusoe, and these guys are going, what?
Yeah,
I put his name on a Saints. You know, like
and then he'll put something else in. I'm about 30 seconds behind.
But that has always been
Who's your favorite little rascal?
Me and my took a little trip down to the garden. Took a little dip. Apple juice falling from her lips. Took a little sip on. Little sip. Took a little sip. Took a little sip. Took a little sip.
Hey yo, I walk through the valley of the shadow of death with told text like they mad at the ref. That's why I keep a cross on my chest, either that or a vest. Do you believe that Eve had...
Dude, what's your problem? Chill out. Want to listen to some tunes? Yeah, for sure. Let me see.
Same reason they call Mississippi the finisher.
This song sucks.
Slick with words, don't hate me, son. What you eat don't make me and who you don't make me come. Put a price on my head, won't make...
Go to the moon. Don't leave so soon. Don't leave so soon. How can I get through? I wanna go to the moon. Don't leave so soon.
Hey Siri, pause. Hey Siri, play.
I wanna go to the moon. Don't leave so soon. Don't leave so soon. How can I get through? Here we go, strapping we up.
what's up, bro? Good thing I see you in here. For you to wash your hands. Not many people know I have a twin. He's really the complete opposite of me. He likes to talk a lot, which I don't really like doing. And he's really just overall annoying. My twin thinks that I'm really annoying, but I really just don't see it. I'm better than him at everything I do. I get more girls, I'm smarter than him, and I'm a better driver. I don't know what he's talking about. Oh, what's up, bro? Bro, are you serious? Like, I don't know this spot in the room. You're gonna come sit right next to me. You see me listening to music. I'm not trying to talk to you. Get away from me. But I just wanted to say hi to my brother. Like, I can't come say hi to you?
Hi, I'm Justin and I'm a pitcher. Hi, I'm Justin and I'm a hitter. Lift big, eat big, hit bombs. This is the motto to live by. Drink a bang, velo slap, then KM. Be a pitcher so you can K these trash hitters. Be a hitter so you can hit bombs off of these guys.
Hi, I'm Billy. Me llamo Billy.
Enjoyed those student films. It's one of the great things we're able to do now that we have this film room is actually allow our students to be creative, and you're the beneficiaries of that now. We've had a few people make a gift, and I'd like to thank them. Ann Dong has given, thank you. Z. Harrison, John Tessier, thank you, John. Mike Allering, thank you, Mike. Rob Steiner, thank you, Rob. And Lee Hawthorne, thank you, Lee. We're now approaching a little over $12,000 in our run up here, and we're just about 4.5 hours more to go. So we're almost going to hit the halfway mark. Just maybe recap what we've done so far today. We started the day off at 8 o'clock, as we said we would, and I gave a little testimonial about St. Augustine High School and why the endowment fund is so important to us and why we're raising money for it. And then we had Rob Leach from the class of 1980 give a little talk about his time here at Saints and on the board of directors, and the difficulty of building St. Augustine Commons, which was outstanding. And then we had Ron Coda, class of 62, who also entertained us this morning. Phenomenal football player and a phenomenal man in the community, a guy that I believe wears his Christian faith on his sleeve and acts accordingly with his time, service, and treasure. And that was a great interview, and kind of about his family really being here for a long, long period of time, generational. And then Father John Keller, who is, in my mind, iconic here at the school. Is one of my very, very dear friends, and has been a mentor to me all the way through my 16 years here, and certainly a man that's made quite a contribution to St. Augustine High School and beyond, and well beyond. And then we've had some reports, we have kids, our students, boys are all over San Diego right now, 24 different spots doing service on this Giving Tuesday day. And this was kind of born by Father Max, who is our chaplain, who really thought that we should, on one day, everybody focus on service and do it together. Because you know what our boys were telling us? they like doing service, but they really like doing service when it's in a community. And that's why we're doing what we're doing. I go back about 4 years when we started. I think we planted in an area that got burned out completely in a forest fire. We planted over 2,000 trees 4 years ago. In fact, the freshmen that are here today are now seniors, and some of them went back to the spot and gave a great report about how these trees are just kind of taken off and how all that works. So it's really good for them, it's good for the community. And today, our next interview is with a very special man. His name is Steve Smith, and he goes by Smitty. He's in the class of 1966. And I don't know really a whole lot about Smitty, but let me just say, you correct me.
Okay.
Okay. Smitty lives in the neighborhood, I think probably within 2 blocks of the school.
Less than a mile.
Less than a mile. So he gets his steps in every day.
18 minutes. 18 minutes to the chapel.
Okay. And the chapel is an important place for Steve because he tries to connect back with his Saints experience, if not daily, at least weekly at student mass. I don't think I've been to a student mass in a long, long time without seeing Steve there and that sort of thing. And so we're really, really pleased, Steve, that you're with us today. I know you're retired, right?
Yeah.
And
yes.
Why don't you just kind of give a professional blurb about what you did once you graduated from St. Augustine High School?
1966, I graduated, and of course, I had the draft board right over my shoulder. So off to Mesa College I went. And for a year until I discovered a fire science program at City College. So 2 years at City College, which I could actually walk to school. And so 2 years at City College, and so in April of 1969, I turned 21. And in June of 1969, I graduated from the fire science program, City College. And in August, I was hired at the fire department here in San Diego. And I worked there for 34 years until I got a disability retirement. And but it was all good. It was the fire service is a real Christian occupation. I mean, it's a real give back opportunity. And so I've been gone now almost 20 years. I'm retired from the fire department, and it's given me this, now that I don't have a job, I can come to school every day. And so I do. And if for any reason I miss mass, I'll do a drive-by. I'm that interested in making sure this place, you know, I'm really, this is my second home. And Ed has given me the okay to be able to be a participant here from afar. But I love the basketball games. I love the football games at the upper field.
So I'm not sure we met on this particular day first time, but we may have. You might remember this. So as I was saying, the Raymond Center for the Performing Arts is the old gymnasium. Mm-hmm. So Mass, consequently, was in this place. And this is where we celebrated Mass every Wednesday. And back in the day, in your day, I think, on Fridays, mm-hmm. every Friday. And it was in the spring, I believe, and I asked the seniors to remain behind. It was probably February, early February, after Mass. So they were all sitting there, and but I asked all the seniors to remain at Mass. And so I'm looking at all the seniors, and Steve is sitting with the seniors. And I thought, that's interesting. So basically what I was trying to get them to think about is a $20 gift to the school for their graduation gift to St. Augustine High School. And so I got through, and Steve left, I think, and then he came back to school, and he gave me a check for $2,017 because it was in 2017. And anyway, I said, what's this for? And he goes, well, you were asking for, I was asking for $20.17 actually, because it was their graduation year. And he said, well, I stayed afterwards because, well, you said all the seniors stay afterwards. So as a senior, I stayed. And anyway, so Steve has been involved in many senior gifts through the last couple of years, and really, really special. But I want to go back to Steve's time here at the school. So Steve would have been here from 1962 to 1966. John Ahern would have been principal.
Father
Ahern, I mean.
Father Kane.
Father
Pat Kane was the principal.
In 66?
Yeah. I think it was his first year as a principal.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. Yeah, because Father Ahern ended in 62. So Father Kane was your. So Steve, why don't you just kind of go back? You're in English class, or you're in science class, wherever it is, and tell me about that teacher at St. Augustine High School that really meant a lot to you. And there might be a couple, and it might not just be one.
I have to say that all of my teachers are big in my memory and my heart. And wow. Big on my mind is Bill Whitaker, who he's memorable, but my connection to Coach Whitaker extended beyond my school time here, because he was a parishioner over at St. Patrick's. So I would see him and his wife after church on Sunday for years, for 10 or 15 years. I would see him, and we would laugh about our experiences here at the school. Coach Whitaker, Jim Thurman, Father Thurman was religion class sophomore year. It was a very interesting class, very interesting and a more memorable class. And but what I remember the most about Father Thurman's class was our book. The book was the book that we used for our religion class sophomore year. Father Thurman. The name of the book was The Way, the Truth, and the Life. It's about Jesus. And I don't really remember anything about what's going on in school back then, except for probably the biggest thing in any Christian's life, and that's to be aware of the way, the truth, and the life. And that gives me, that's my compass. That book, that class, Father Thurman. There's several others. Father Keller was my third year Spanish teacher. He was just here. I see him here at the school 4 or 5 days a week. I saw him this morning at the chapel I'm retired. I don't have a job. I come to church every day. So I'm close, So I've taken full advantage of it. But
That's great. I want you to talk about, just the other day, we were trying to raise money for the orphanage, and I would like to you to tell everyone through your eyes what went through your mind and what the event was that was in front of you, and then how you were thinking about it.
Yeah. Well, my introduction to challenges here at St. Augustine started as it said with the donation of the $20.17, and how I was motivated. I wanted to get that project well on its. I have given enough money so they could start their project. See, so from day one. So now here was maybe a month ago, and so the orphanage. Yeah, they were hoping that the students would come together and make some donations so that they could help out the orphanage, the Augustinian orphanage down at Tijuana. And so they were looking for donations, and so I didn't have any problem coming up. I was going to be able to make this donation, some sort of a donation. I didn't have a figure in mind, but I was motivated by the request in front of the student body on the Wednesday morning Mass. And so I was very motivated. I was highly motivated until John, the vice principal, what's his name?
O'Byrne.
John
O'Byrne.
John O'Byrne said that the year previous they didn't get very much donation, so they were looking for some pretty good donation. But he volunteered from the gym floor after Mass. In front of the student body, he was going to cut his hair, shave his hair, if somehow they could get $35,000. And $35,000. And I thought to myself, well, maybe I could give $34,000. I just couldn't do the whole amount, you know. And so from the gym floor, he pointed up to Tom Kudal and he said, "Tom, would you also shave your hair for $35,000?" And so now all the attention, all the student body is now looking at Tom Kudal. And Tom, he's taken aback by this, so he said, "Well, I'll shave my hair for $50,000." So I'm about 30 feet away up in the observation.
Yeah, there's a little platform that overlooks the basketball floor, at that time the floor of the church.
So there's Tom right there. He's just right there, and I pointed to him, and I pointed at him, and I went like this, "Not the mustache." Well, the whole student body was going crazy because he's going to shave his hair for if they could come up with $50,000. So I had some projects that day. So in the afternoon, I speed ran into the credit union, and I had a check drawn for $50,000. So I'm going to bring it back to the office, but I got to be there before 3. So I show up 5 minutes after 3. Becky's gone, but Brian's there.
Okay, well,
Brian,
one of our teachers.
One of the teachers. Brian, I can't remember his last name. Brian's there, and I said, but he was there in the morning at the Mass for the challenge. So I said, I got to get this to Becky, or I got to do something with this check. But the check was dated, it was important, the same day as the challenge. And I wanted to turn it in, and I wanted to be official turn in at the office. So Brian and I said, Brian gave me this idea. He said, "Well, let's take it." So Brian and I are looking at the check, and he says, "You know what this means?" He says, "It means Tom Kudal's going to have to shave his hair. He says, you know, we could go over to his office and he might be there. So we took the check over to Tom Kudal, and he was correcting papers in his office, and we put it on the desk, and he looks at it, and he doesn't say anything. And I said, Tom, that means you're going to have to cut your hair. And he was without words. And so I said, well, I said, the office is closed. Give this check to Becky tomorrow. And he just was shaking his head. I said, not the mustache, because I also have what I call a Tom Kudal. Yeah. This is my Tom Kudal, because he was the original. So I went home and I went, oh, I might have screwed up. I mean, this is way overboard. This is way overboard. And so I went to Mass in the morning, and I got out of Mass at 7:30, and I went over. I connected up with John in his office. Over. And I said, John, I might have went overboard, and he said, what are you talking about? I said, well, I donated the $50,000 yesterday. And again, he's almost without words. And so I said, so I introduced the idea of a possible exemption, because I wasn't a student. Maybe they were looking for the money from the students.
But you're a senior student.
I am. I'm adopted. Well, actually, because I've been here since 1948, so I'm part of the school.
You are.
I never left. So, but I thought it might be a little drastic. I mean, all these guys that accepted the challenge, that maybe because I wasn't a student, maybe they didn't have to shave their hair. So anyway,
So then a week passes or so, and it's the end of Mass.
Uh-huh.
And you and Tom walked out.
Yeah.
In front of everyone. What was that about? What happened there?
Well, there was about, I wasn't exactly sure what was going to happen, but he was going to introduce me to, he was going to talk to the students about the progress of the fundraiser, and that we've got a guy here, Steve Smith, graduated 1966, lives in the neighborhood, and he's gonna help us get to the 50,000 or something like that. Right. So I said I just had to make it happen, and so, but it's for the orphans, you know. It's about little kids that have no mom and dad, and they'll never come to this school, and maybe never come to the United States. And so it's a good cause.
Great cause.
So I didn't have any problem with that.
Right. Well,
So
it was an incredible day, for sure. It touched so many people that day. Just the energy in the room was amazing with our students, and they saw firsthand a generous act on behalf of really powerless kids that are going to be the beneficiaries of this. That gift alone will probably subsidize that orphanage for probably 3 months. I mean, that's a sizable gift, and I know that they're incredibly grateful for it. There's a lot of Augustinians and Saints grads who are on their board down in Tijuana that make so much possible for those kids.
Excellent, yeah.
It's great. So you're a fireman, and I liked what you said about it's an opportunity to serve. I think that's wonderful. I also was present at St. Patrick's one day during the week.
Oh, yeah.
And I remember you received an award.
Mm-hmm.
Tell us about that.
I made a roundabout sort of a way. I made a big donation to the Augustinian Foreign Missions. And another one of my memorable tricks I played. So that $50,000 deal was a trick. That I learned in high school. I learned to be a trickster in high school. And the $20.17 was well, I learned all that in high school.
What I learned in high school.
And so it gets even bigger. And so I had this property up in Northern California, and I needed to get rid of it. So I was faced with some monumental capital gains. And so I had a buyer. It was part of a rare and endangered ecosystem. And the state of California wanted it, and they wanted it bad. And they would just give me whatever it was worth. They wanted it. And so I said, okay. They said, we'll figure out. This is about 3 years ago. 3 years ago. So they were going to figure out how much it was worth, and they were going to round up a whole bunch of money to give me for this property. And so, but it gave me some time to think. I did some soul searching, and I decided to title it over to the Augustinians. Boom, they owned this property overnight. One of my neighbors and saintsmen provided me the legal documents to make that transfer go real easy and quick. Dan Moran.
Dan Moran.
And
a member of the board of directors.
Grew up in the neighborhood,
mm-hmm.
and went to the chapel with his parents and we're still in touch. Dan facilitated. I gave this title, the property, over to the Augustinians, and then I informed the state there was going to be a little detour in the transfer. They weren't going to be giving me any money. They had to give the money to the church. But they liked the idea, and it's just another one of my I don't know what you call my
prank on the state.
Yeah,
prank on the state.
But what happened? Oh, it gets better, because in the interim, they were going to make this purchase with Caltrans money, and so Caltrans hit a couple roadblocks in the procurement of to buy the property. So they got money from some foundations and from people like Friends of the Eel River and some corporations, and all of a sudden the state didn't have to pay for the whole property. So I designated a good portion of the money to St. Patrick's. I didn't want to leave them out of the program. So,
which was your parish?
Yeah, that's my official, but Augustinians. And so, but when Father Carlos, there's two Father Carloses at St. Pat's. One was a small person, and the other is current, and he's large. So we got Carlos 1 and we got Carlos 2. I saw Carlos 2. I don't remember his last name, but I call him Carlos
2.
Big C.
Okay.
Anyway, with all due respect. And but Father Carlos, the original Father Carlos, he was so into fixing up the church and personally working on everything. And I saw that man working. I mean, I had to be right in there with them. So with the parishioners doing the work and Father Carlos, and I was right in there helping them do all this work. And of course I was paying for all the improvements, or a good portion of improvements. And all of a sudden this check comes in from the state, and so that overwhelmed them a little bit. So they made me a plaque, and they made me a plaque. So
it was great. It was a great day.
And they presented to me in church. I mean, I was total surprised, pretty much. They
Somehow
said,
I knew that you were getting this award, so I
Yeah.
showed up.
Yeah,
to be with you.
They told me to be there
Right.
because something's gonna special happen. Anyway, when I was in church, I was out of town, up in LA area one Sunday, and I attended Mass, and the regular priest was gone, and they had an older priest there. He was probably way in his 80s, and this was about 30 or 40 years ago. So he was explaining something to the in church, part of the gospel, and it was kind of difficult to understand. But he said what was memorable was that when we got older, like he was in his 80s, but when we got older, we would be able to understand more about how it is to be a Christian. And I'm all there right now. I'm just there. And I'm glad to have made this. I've been focusing on this for 30, 40 years. What is going to be so easy to understand, but it's just so obvious if you put a little time into it.
Well, I want to, when we were thinking about who was going to be interviewed, Steve, you were one of the top guys on my list because everything is in your heart and it comes out so vividly. And I know you love the school, and I know that you love these kids and you want what's best for them. And you get to kind of be here with them and maybe relive a little bit of
oh yeah,
what
all the
it
way,
what it was back in the 60s. And so I really appreciate you being here with us today. It's really a great opportunity for us to get a glimmer of a North Park resident that has been here for years, along with the school.
Yeah, I'm going to be, I'll just be here until I can't be here anymore. Thank God the gym has an elevator so I can go down in a wheelchair someday.
Exactly.
Go down. Anyway, the more I come here, the more I want to be here. And the real payback, there was a big payback this morning. I got out of church over here at the chapel, and I came over to the school. No, I didn't know there was going to be no school. And I was the only one in the large courtyard, and a kid came out of the underground parking garage, and he said, "Hi, Steve." He evidently remembered my name from being at Mass and being introduced to the student body.
Right.
Because I don't remember who said, probably Tom said, this guy's going to be around here. He's been around here forever, and he's going to be around. So remember his name. Say, so
Steve.
This morning, one of the kids said, "Hey, Steve." So, wow.
You're a senior.
This is big.
Class of 2023.
Excellent.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's
Wonderful.
always a pleasure.
It is. This is great.
This place is in my DNA.
I know.
Take a quick little break.
We're going to take a little break now, and we'll see you in just a minute.
I love you for sentimental reasons. I hope you do believe me.
When he first heard of St. Augustine High School, it was in 1942. Mother Evelyn Joseph at Our Lady of Angels, where he went to school, called up his mother, my grandmother, and said, hey, Bill's got a scholarship to St. Augustine High School. As soon as he stepped foot on the campus, he knew he was home. And that began his love affair with St. Augustine High School. Believe it or not, he was a good student. When he was a sophomore here, Mother Evelyn Joseph at Our Lady of Angels called him up and asked him if he would come back down there and tutor some of the children and coach. That's how he began coaching, and he was giving back to Our Lady of Angels for the scholarship that he received to come to St. Augustine. So at 18, he went to work at the San Diego Parks and Recreation Department. He was getting more and more into it and seeing the impact he was having on young people's lives. He was there for about 10 years, and then St. Augustine called. They asked him to be the varsity baseball coach, and that's when he really started to flourish.
Everywhere he went, kids gravitated around him. And he had such a great nature about him that you wanted to do your best. And he always promoted the team concept.
He loved the camaraderie that he could create between the students.
He just wanted you to be a participant, you know, be athletic, get involved in the school. It was the smile, it was the personality, it was just being a relational person, and I think everybody enjoyed his company.
He carried his paddle everywhere he went.
It was kind of a kick you in the rear to get you going.
If you were on the other end of that paddle, it hurt for a second, but you learned. There's valuable lessons there. And it wasn't done viciously. He also cared about your academics, but basically he cared for you and wanted you to be the best you could be.
That was the way he did things. That's the way he got through to kids. He always had time for people.
He was an on-campus presence. He was a community presence.
He had a great impact on me. I always thanked him for it. I was glad that I did get to be a part of his life, as he was a major part of mine.
I think Bill represents everything that Saints is about. Gravitas, caritas, veritas. He just led his life, and all of those virtues were instilled in us by his example, not by his words.
And as my dad always said, receiving this award is the proudest moment of my life.
Well, hello, this is Ed Hearn, once again, returning to the air. We have now officially been on the air for over 4 hours, and this last hour, we've gotten some pretty large gifts. And I want to thank, I'm not going to mention anyone who, I'll mention people that have given, but I'm not going to mention how much they've given, only to say that we've gotten some large gifts. So, that being said, and remember, we started the day with a $50,000 match. So, thank you to Carl Silva, David Wagner, Nick Zakaru, I probably didn't get that right, David Monsi, and Phil Barney. Also, Justin Rober and Chris Van Nott. Now, what this does, it moves us to $18,600. We have a $50,000 match. We're halfway through the show. I think we're going to get there.
I hope so.
Yeah. We don't want to leave $50,000 on the table. And while Steve Smith, for those of you who heard that great interview, that was marvelous. A guest, a friend, Ron Raymond, class of 1964, dropped in to his theater. I guess he was checking up on it, making sure we were sweeping up the floors and stuff, keeping the paint nice. Dropped in, and he did not want to be here, and I twisted his arm a little bit to force him to do this because I think it's important when you talk about Giving Tuesday, and I think of Ron Raymond, and I think of just a generous spirit, very similar to Steve Smith, who you just heard, I mean, of all things, gave $50,000 so that Tom Goodall would shave his head. You know, that's pretty amazing. And he went out and did that in one day and went down in credit union and got a check for that.
I didn't hear about this.
Yeah, you know, you can only imagine what Mass was like when that was revealed at Mass, that they both walked down, Ron, and they're standing in front of the entire student body, and it's announced that Tom's going to shave his head because Steve has given $50,000 to have his head shaved. And the place went nuts, of course. And
did they do it right there?
It had no. I think it's going to be done a little later.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, but
He has to go to a salon.
Really? Oh, he probably does. He probably does.
I think they ought to do it right there.
Yeah, well, they've done that. Mr. Horn actually was shaved in front of everybody, so, you know, whatever it takes, right? So anyway.
I don't have $50,000 worth of hair left.
Well, I couldn't participate.
Yeah, you have even less than me.
Way less. Yeah, not even close. Well, Ron is a member of the class of 64, as I was saying, and when I think of the generosity in all the classes, the various classes, the class of 64 stands out for sure as a class that gets together for meals monthly. They're very well organized. They support each other all the time in wonderful acts of charity. Ron has been, if not the greatest benefactor of the school, has certainly been top two. I kind of have to put the Augustinians as the primary benefactor. They did build this school originally and all that, and so for him to drop by today is a wonderful occasion. And Ron also has a history. I was just talking to Steve Smith the other day, and we were talking about the dances, Ron. And he said back in the day, now you might be able to verify this story, to get into the dance was $1.25 if you came solo. But you were always playing in the band, so you never probably paid. A couple could get in the dance for $1.75. So guys like Steve Smith, who didn't have a dime in his pocket, would go up to a girl and get her to go as a couple. He would give 50 cents. she would give $1.25. Well, he said it worked pretty well for a long time. And finally this girl, a different girl, looked up at him and goes, well, why don't you give $1.25 and I'll give 50 cents? And he goes, you're at St. Augustine High School. I need to get in the dance and I don't have $1.25.
I've never heard this.
Yeah, anyway. So Ron was the drummer in the
Esquires.
Esquires. And according to Steve Smith, one of the top 2 bands in San Diego.
We were pretty hot.
Pretty hot. And you played a lot in this gym.
I did. Yeah, I did many times. Right there where that stage is, the back wall of the stage is the old back wall of the gym, that concrete block wall. Yeah, I can remember my drum set backed up to that wall many, many times. They would have a portable stage, you know, when they would have dances. And yeah, many times.
Were those dances were they just packed?
Usually, if they were after football games, they were packed.
They were packed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can only imagine.
Yeah.
Not a huge gym, but I could see it packed.
Yeah.
I could see it packed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I talked to a lot of Saintsmen who claim that the first kiss they ever had in their life was at a Saints dance.
Could be. Not me, but...
well, you're playing the drums.
It could be. Could be.
Right.
Yeah, I remember one night when the Twist was out, 1964, I believe it was, and Father Wasco was so anti-Twist, it was incredible.
Really?
Oh yeah, there was your body was moving around in a direction that he didn't like.
I get it.
And so he banned any song with that was the Twist, okay, because there was several. Yeah. So we were in the middle of one song, and he came up on stage and shut us down. And he says, you guys got to play something else. So we immediately went into Twisting the Night Away. And we stopped after about 5 bars, just to kind of get him a little bit. But, no, that was fun. It was fun.
That's great.
Yeah, yeah, I have great memories of that.
And you were here in school during the Bancroft days.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So how did Bancroft work?
Bancroft's got some history.
Does it?
Yeah. You told me you weren't going to go here.
Oh, I'm not. I'm just kind of talking about the street.
Okay.
Anyway, some really cool things happened on Bancroft that we'll just leave alone right
I'll
here.
talk about it, I guess.
Okay. Wonderful. It's a great story.
I had an encounter with a couple San Diego police on Bancroft Street.
Right.
So it all started out. How much time do we have here?
Just go. We're good.
So, we used to have to wear a coat and tie on Fridays for Mass. But there was no regulation about the shirt. Because everybody wore button-down shirts, Ivy League shirts. I mean, this was not part of a uniform. This is kind of how we wanted to look. Mm-hmm. Well, one of our classmates, who's passed away now, Louis Hine, he started wearing a Hawaiian shirt underneath his blazer, and he'd put a tie on for Mass, but it was a Hawaiian shirt, okay? So anyway, this all evolved pretty much where the whole senior class got caught onto this, or at least the guys that I hung with. And we ended up with something that we were going to call Senior International Hawaiian Shirt Day. And because this was really gathering some momentum, and the priests were really not digging this too much. So, of course, we had to exploit that as much as we could. So, on this one particular day, I borrowed a pickup truck from my dad that had a lumber rack on it, and a couple friends of mine threw some surfboards on the top of the lumber rack. And a few days prior to this, my dad had trimmed some large palm trees at our house, so we tied some palm branches on the lumber rack. We put in a cut-in-half barrel that we were going to use for a luau barbecue, okay? And anyway, we made quite a scene driving through school just before 8 o'clock in the morning, or 7:30 or whatever time it was. and went down 32nd Street. Kind of caused a big commotion down on Nutmeg where all the seniors used to park. So anyway, next thing I knew, I had about 15 guys in the back of the pickup truck. And we had a little chant called Kamanawanalea. And if you think about that, it's kind of a Hawaiian word, but whatever, we're just seniors, right? So anyway, we do a lap around school. Now there's at least 15 guys in the back of my truck. So we come up to Nutmeg and Bancroft again, and I start going north on Bancroft and going pretty slow because by now the whole patio had emptied out and there were hundreds of guys on the street. So next thing I know, I see Father Brown walking through the hallway from Sheehan Hall through Sullivan Hall, right by the St. Augustine statue, going like this to me. Okay? So I put my truck in reverse and I started backing up to where he was. What I didn't know was 2 San Diego policemen were right behind me getting ready to write me a ticket. They've got their lights on. I can't see them because there's all these people in the truck. And I backed right into their trailer hitch, just crushed the front bumper. I remember 3 of these guys, I'm looking out of the side mirror and I see 3 of these guys bailing out of the truck. Okay, everybody is like a bunch of flies going everywhere. But 3 guys went up the hood, up the windshield, across the roof, down the trunk of the car, and were heading toward Nutmeg Street. That was the quickest way they could get out of there. Well, the cops, they saw these guys jumping out of the truck, and they jumped back in their car. They didn't know if there was a riot on their hands or what, but I got into a lot of trouble on that.
Yeah, sounds like...
Got suspended, got 3 tickets. 3 tickets from that one incident. It was...
Yeah.
Oh, God. That's kind of what I'm known for now.
Well, thanks for sharing that. It comes up quite a bit at lunches and dinners and stuff.
Yeah.
To this day.
I'm not going to tell my wife this is on TV because she is so sick of this story.
I bet. It's one of the all-time best stories, though. I left it out of the book, by the way, as
Thank you.
Yeah,
that's good.
I just thought that probably shouldn't be in the book.
There you go. That's good.
Well, I want to thank you for dropping by, and I want to thank you publicly for your generosity, and even today. You know, one of the things that the class of '64 has done is they have a scholarship, and they fund 4 boys every year. 4 boys every year to go to school here, and they're just an amazing group of men, and Ron is kind of the ringleader and has just been generous upon generous, and today has been generous as well. And
I'm not sure I like that moniker of ringleader.
Well, you're kind of a ringleader in a way. I mean, I go to a lot of your stuff, and I kind of watch what's going on. But you always have fun, and that's the best part of it. So thanks.
Well, hopefully I can get you a little bit closer to your goal today.
Well, I think you did, and I appreciate it. And
always a pleasure.
Thanks. And what do you think, of all the... Here we are in a movie room that didn't exist before.
Yeah, you're right.
Your help.
Yeah.
Also,
if you
go into the gym, one of the things, and this is just things always being pushed away by Ron, but Court 64, you probably get the idea, class of '64, totally Ron's idea to honor his class. And it's just, I remember we went in and they just put it on the floor, and we both kind of got pretty wet.
Yeah, it was,
just kind of looking at
a nice moment.
Because I think both of us, it's not that we doubted it was ever going to happen, but there were doubts. It was a big project, complicated project.
Oh, I didn't have any doubts you'd get it done.
Oh, well, thank you. I had those doubts, but thanks for everything, and I'm really thankful you dropped by today.
Yeah, my pleasure. Always nice to be here.
Awesome. Thank you, Ron.
Thanks.
Okay.
Cut.
Okay.
Hello, I'm Jason Alcocer, graduate of the class of 1990.
All right. So who are you?
Oh, my name is Connor O'Hara. I'm a senior at St. Augustine High School. Today we're at Mission Bay here at the Palms here at the park.
Cool. And what's your Saints experience been like so far?
It's been good. I heard about it in my 8th grade year. I heard a lot about the brotherhood. And it really is something that's
Cool. Thanks, Connor. All right. So who are you?
I'm John Paul Russell, and we're here at Bataquitos Lagoon in Carlsbad, and we're here doing trail maintenance. Luca, what are your thoughts on Giving Tuesday?
I think it's a great opportunity to give back to our local communities and help out.
All right, cool. Where'd you go to grade school, and how'd you hear about Saints?
I attended the St. James Academy in Solana Beach, and I heard about Saints because my older brother and sister went to Saints in OLP.
Okay, cool. What's your Saints experience been like?
It's been a great time, lots of community inside and outside the classroom, as I'm a rugby player, so actually after this I'm heading to rugby to experience a great time with my friends. So
Okay.
nothing but positive things.
Do you know where you're going to college and what you're going to study?
So I'm still filling out some apps, so don't entirely know. I'm applying all over the West Coast, but I'm hoping to study mechanical engineering.
Okay, cool. When I say brotherhood, what do you think of?
I think of, again, the community inside and outside the classroom, where it's just a big group of guys getting around. And in addition to outside of school, seeing someone around with a Saints shirt on and being able to go up to them and have a, without ever knowing the guy, immediate bond and connection. So,
Yeah. So today we're raising money for the Saints Endowment. Why should people give back to Saints?
I think giving the opportunity to more people, as many people as possible, is a great thing to do. So getting as many people the ability to experience the Saints environment is wonderful.
Okay, cool. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I'm John Paul.
Congratulations to the class of 2020 on your high school graduation. We, the class of 1970, graduated 50 years ago, probably before some of your parents were even born. We are sorry we can't be there in person to share your big day, but we extend our best wishes to you from afar. These times indeed are new to all of us, and this pandemic has caused us to look at our lives and our world differently. We all need to be ready for the new normal, and it will be in your capable hands to help us navigate in this new world. We see parallels between our two classes and times in history. We have terrorism and wars in the Middle East now, and we had the Vietnam War then. There was racial and social unrest, immorality, and changes in our time as there is today. We didn't trust the government either. In our times at Saints, we had many athletic accomplishments, as your class has also. We had league championships in football and basketball and a number of CIF appearances. A number of our classmates received All-League and All-CIF awards. A number of these athletes from our class went on to play sports at the college and professional levels. Believe it or not, we also started the Portable Pit fan base, much to the consternation of our sports opponents. We had some pretty unique cheers as well. Our class motto was, the class of 70, born to raise hell. This was not a derogatory motto. Rather, it exemplified our tenacity in how we approached our lives and our studies. We worked hard. Our sports teams were unrelenting, our athletic pursuits were unquenchable, and boy did we have fun. We had clubs like the Home and Garden Club that liked to redecorate parts of San Diego County. TP was a lot easier to come by back then. We also had the Baja Cruisers who liked to keep things lively in South Bay. By the way, our football pep rallies were epic and a little edgy at times. The class of 70 was very close. Nicknames abounded in our class, and they took over many of our regular names. Big E, Cactus Jack, Happy Bear, JQ, Bo, Broadway Vic, Johnny D, Donkey, and Lower Broadway. We won't go into detail how these names originated, but they were all quite colorful. We also had our favorite teachers, among them Mr. Ned Wilson, who only retired from Saints 3 years ago, as well as Mr. John Bowman and Father Bill Mahidi. Besides sports, we had many classmates go on to colleges around the U.S. They were scattered back east in Ivy League institutions in the Midwest, as well as many who went to the UC and state schools and other private institutions in California. Our class was diverse, and yet we worked very well as a team. We questioned the norm and searched for better ways to do things. We had different interests and passions, which showed itself after we graduated. Some of our classmates became medical doctors. Some of them worked for the CDC and as pathologists, surgeons, and administrators. Some have become lawyers. We had engineers, educators, and psychologists, military personnel, fishermen, small businessmen, and entrepreneurs, and first responders who kept us safe, alive, and fed during troubled times, such as today. Our class was a team, and we were educated in the brotherhood of saints, so that equality and justice came naturally to us. We have also lost some classmates. We miss and treasure the memories of them. Do not forget your brothers in arms. As you leave the school today, remember to carry on the saints' traditions, Unitas, Veritas, Caritas, unity, truth, and love. Unity, hold dear your family, friends, and classmates. Truth, don't always believe what you hear or read. Search for what is right and find ways to make dreams come true for you and the world around you. Love, share yourself with those who need help. Make saints proud as you move on today. Make the world a better place. Find a way to change the status quo. Show that compromise is not a dirty word. Work hard to listen to all sides and make decisions not on political ideologies and not on what is good for me, but rather what is good for all. We know this is not a new concept, but we need you to use this common sense approach even more in the light of today's chaos. Make your future vision match your graduation year and be 2020 for the rest of your lives. Congratulations again from the class of 1970. Now go wash your hands.
My name is Janelle Witten, and I'm the president of our Austin Parents Association, also known as the APA. We are the parent support group here at Saints. We meet monthly to keep parents up to date on everything Saints. And we provide volunteers at various community and fundraising events throughout the school year. I have 2 of my own Saintsmen and an OLP pilot. My oldest son graduated in 2018. He loved his Augustinian education so much that he continued on and is now a junior at Villanova University. My daughter graduated from OLP in 2019 and is a sophomore at Auburn University. And my youngest is currently a junior here at Saints. Our family lives in North County, about a 10-minute drive to Cathedral Catholic. My husband and I are both graduates of Uni High School. Naturally, we assumed that our children would attend Cathedral, but we all know never to assume. When my son was in 8th grade, Coach Hopt visited our little Catholic school in Solana Beach to encourage the boys to consider Saints. Garrett came home that afternoon saying that this was the school for him. To appease him, we took him to the Saints open house a few months later, and lo and behold, we were intrigued too. But why get on the freeway down to North Park when we could take surface streets to Cathedral? Well, a dear friend of mine put her 6 boys through Saints. 6 boys. She said to me back then, Janelle, if you can swing it, send your boys there. You will not regret it. It is the absolute best high school in San Diego, especially for boys. So, with her nudging, and after some deliberation, a few sleepless nights, some carpool coordination, and lots of harassment from our uni and cathedral friends, we had our son take the test and apply to Saints. We could not be happier with our choice. For me, Saints is not only an education for our boys, but a gift. Truly a one-of-a-kind gift that molds them into strong, smart, funny Christian young men. Does that mean it's a perfect experience without a bump in the road here and there? No. Let's face it, they are humans, they are teenagers, and they are boys. But the faculty and staff and the administration has got your son's best interest and their backs every step of the way. You'll hear the idea of the Saints experience talked about through your years here. It is first and foremost our boys' experience, but it can also be your family's journey too. I can't tell you how grateful I am that my boys are 4 years apart and I get 8 straight years at Saints. I have made great friends of my own the past 6 years. My faith has grown in ways I didn't expect. I know every coffee shop and delicious restaurant in North Park. And now when I walk into any clothing store, my eye automatically goes to whatever is purple. How can you make it your experience too? As parents of a Saintsman, you are part of the APA. You are invited to our monthly meetings. Please come. The schedule is located on the Saints website under the Parent tab on the homepage. You'll meet other parents at the meetings and get to know our principal, Mr. Horn. Volunteered events. We will tell you about them at the meetings, or you can find a list of them again under the same Parents tab with the person responsible for each event. Come to athletic events. Treat yourself to a play, a concert, an art show, all brilliantly put on by our students. I encourage you to attend Mass on Wednesdays. All parents are welcome. You'll get a good glimpse during that hour as to why you send your son here and what a special place this is. There's also a morning Mass on Thursdays for parents at 7:45 a.m., followed by the Rosary led by our St. Monica's prayer group. In my experience, we can never ever pray too much for our children, just as St. Monica did for her son, Augustine. Please check the calendar for specific times and dates once our physical campus reopens. Lastly, I suggest that you take the time to read the electronic newsletter that is published monthly. It's full of information about our school, our community, and upcoming important dates and events. My name and email address are on the website. Please don't hesitate to reach out with any questions you may have. Thank you, and go Saints.
Hello, my name is Raymond Moran. I'm a senior at St. Augustine High School. Nice to meet you all.
Awesome. Where are we today, and what are we doing for our service project today on Giving Tuesday?
So today we're at Stein Family Farm in National City. and we're just helping them move around like big scraps of metal. And my project with my partner is to move around cobblestone, so that way, or by the fence area, we can build a little dam, so that way in the future no water can come in and curse the river.
Awesome. That's so wonderful. What are your thoughts on Giving Tuesday?
I think it's a wonderful opportunity to come and like help out. Like, we don't really have too many of those, or probably not as much as we could have. So I feel like it's a great way to just come out and help.
Cool. I really enjoy Giving Tuesday as well. What is your Saints experience like? What was it like your first couple of years at Saints?
It's been just like a great opportunity to get out there, and not so much like activities and stuff, but more so with people. Like, I've got to meet a bunch of wonderful people, which is great.
Love that. Where are you headed to college, and what are you going to study?
So my main college is TCU, and I'm going to study psychology.
What made you pick that university, and what made you pick that field of study?
So my mom is from Texas, so like I've always been hearing about like how such a great school TCU is, so I want to give it a try. And then the reason I picked psychology is because like last year in junior year when I took regular psychology, it really clicked for me, and I found it all really interesting.
That's so cool. And you're currently taking AP Psychology right now?
Yes.
Fantastic. When I say brotherhood, what do you say?
When you say brotherhood, I think of familiarity. Just because, like, I love how this is the biggest thing I noticed at Saints is that if you're put in like a random group project with somebody, like, it doesn't matter if you've never talked to the person. Like, it's like you guys known each other forever. So
Awesome.
That's why I think familiarity.
Very nice. Well, thank you, Raymond, and have a wonderful rest of your day at the Sign Family Farm.
Thank you, you too. Bye.
Good evening, my loyal subjects, and to my fellow peasants. This is your queen, Queen Elizabeth I. God save her! Oh, I thank you, my dears. Welcome to the Ron Raymond Center for the Performing Arts at St. Augustine High School. Our orchestra is conducted tonight by our very own Miss Owl. Before we begin, I would like to recite a Shakespearean sonnet for all you theater lovers out there. Our first rule should not be an imposition. Please silence all cell phones and noise-making devices to the off position. Our second request should not be lost or hidden. Photographs, video, and audio recordings of this performance is strictly forbidden. Our third request is tried and true. In case of an emergency, look for the exit nearest you. Our fourth rule should give you no reason to lose your breath. Our thespians will be using the aisle during the first act, so tread carefully, or you'll be trampled to death. If any of these rules should give you reason for fear or dread, just remember, break any one of them. My man will find you, take you to the Tower of London, and I will have your head. Our last request should not be forgotten. Sit back, relax, and enjoy St. Augustine High School's production of Something Rotten.
plague. Can say that we really messed up. So dark and barbaric, so dull and mundane. That was so Middle Ages, that was so Charlemagne. Welcome to the Renaissance, with poets, painters, and bon vivants, and merry minstrels who stroll the streets of London, unstrung in their boots, in puffy pants and pointy leather boots. Welcome to the Renaissance, where we ooh and ah you with ambiance. We're so progressive,
The latest and the greatest, we bring it to you.
with much ado.
Welcome to the Renaissance,
where everything is new.
Here we made advances in the sciences. We have the latest gadgets and appliances. Our mugs are made of pewter.
Our house is all our tutor, decorated with a modern flair.
See us in our petticoats and fighting nails.
Our trendy beards we trim to look like swallowtails.
We're called Elizabethans.
We're all a bunch of heathens, heathens headed straight for you know where. While witches are burning and wars tend to start, we bring you moments of culture and art.
Culture and art. Welcome to the Renaissance, where printing press has a fancy font. That's right, we're fancy and very literary. Theatrical too is what we do. Welcome to the Renaissance, where everything is new.
Hey, look, it's Francis Bacon with the chicken.
What's he making?
Well, I think he's found a way of freezing meat.
That's new.
Hey, look, it's Walter Raleigh. Found a new world. My golly.
And he's got us all tobacco. What a treat!
Also new.
And we have a list of writers who are always writing something new.
It's true, we do. Like who?
Like who? Like Decker.
Woo!
John Webster.
Woo!
Ben Jonson.
Uh-huh. And Christopher Marlowe. Thomas Kidd, Thomas Middleton, Thomas More.
And our brightest star.
Yo, he's the bomb, the soul of the age, the whiz of the Elizabethan stage. He's incredible, unforgettable. He's just so freaking awesome. Shakespeare, Shakespeare.
Look, there's Shakespeare!
Oh, we love him, 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 we love him. His plays are so brilliant, his writing's first rate, his acting's incredible.
Isn't he great?
We love him, we love him,
Isn't he
we love him, we love him, we love him. Welcome to the Renaissance, not the one in Italy or in France, not the one in England, the one where William Shakespeare is cream of the crop.
The one where William Shakespeare is the top.
Welcome to the Renaissance, the 16th century experience. In the age that's golden, the olden days are over. We bid them adieu. Well, hallelujah. Welcome to the Renaissance, where everything is new. Everything is new. Welcome to the Renaissance. Everything is new.
Because Renaissance means rebirth.
We love him, 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 we love him.
Welcome to the Renaissance, where not everyone is getting what he wants. It's so frustrating But if you're William Shakespeare, you're hotter than hot. But if you're any other writer, then you're not.
O noble kinsman, that royal blood and love do bind, seek now thy own succor, and flee thy native land. To die today 'twill not be done till dawn. Ta-tee, ta-tum, da-dee, da-dum, and who talks like this? Nigel, why can't we just write like we speak?
Yeah, I haven't understood a single line in these last 3 plays.
Did I miss my cue? Robin, what are you wearing? This isn't dress rehearsal.
Well, I thought it'd help me to get into character if I were to, well, wear dresses and hang out in taverns and flirt with men. For research.
Nick, I have a question about motivation. Yes?
Why haven't you given up yet?
Peter! This one is working. I can feel it. It's just missing something right here. Nige, come help me out.
Actually, I was writing my notebook last night, and I thought it was good if the king was contemplating his immortality. Oh, but now that I said it out loud, I think it sounds stupid.
Well, let me read it.
Oh, it's probably terrible.
Nigel!
Oh God, it's bad, isn't it? I don't even know why you let me write with you.
This is good.
Yeah?
Really good.
Well, I put a lot of layers in it, so...
Just one small suggestion. How about instead of tombstones, it says epitaphs?
Oh, yeah, that's a lot better. Good one, brother.
Okay, everyone, let's try that. Let us speak of graves, of worms, of epitaphs. Make dust our paper, and with rainy eyes write sorrow on the bosom of the earth. Yeah, that's good. This is going to be the Bottom Brothers' first big hit. I can feel it.
Pity we have to shut it down.
Lord Clapham, what do you mean shut it down?
Guess whose next production is going to be The Tragedy of Richard II?
Shakespeare?
Why is he doing Richard II? He just did Richard III. Who goes backwards?
He breaks convention. That's why it's so great.
Oh yeah? Did you see Romeo and Juliet? What's so great about two lovers who kill themselves in the end?
Oh, you've spoiled it! I'm seeing it this evening.
You should. It's life-changing.
Is it? Love you, drink poison, stab myself, the end.
Stop it, you're ruining everything. Now, I paid for an original play, and you will lose my patronage, do you hear? No more money unless I hear a new idea on the morrow.
I think that means tomorrow, guys.
If he quits, we're out of a job. Lord Clapham, please.
Write something original, like The Bard.
The Bard. Why is he the Bard? He's a bard. Just like I'm a bard, you're a bard. He's just one of the bards.
He's the bard because he does it all. Histories, tragedies, comedies.
Comedies. Name one thing of his that's funny. Give me a line. Anything.
Okay. Oh, my word will not carry clothes, for then we shall be colliers.
That's not funny. God, I hate Shakespeare. That's right, I said it.
No.
I do, I hate Shakespeare.
Why?
I just don't get it how a mediocre actor from a measly little town is suddenly the brightest jewel in England's royal crown. God, I hate Shakespeare. His plays are wordy, but oh no, they're great Shakespeare. That little turd, he has no sense about the audience. He makes them feel so dumb. The bastard doesn't care that my poor ass is getting numb.
How can you say that? How can you say that?
It's easy, I can say it because it's absolutely true.
Don't be a genius, the man is a genius.
He's genius is he's fooling all of you.
But he's brilliant, what majesty flows from his pen. His poetry soars like a sweet violin. God's own inspiration, like lightning does strike him, and he captures my soul.
Jesus, you sound just like him.
Really? Thanks.
You should hate Shakespeare.
Well, I try to emulate Shakespeare.
Well, there's your problem. You're so blinded by the bard who's such a pompous little man.
Why is it a problem to admit that I'm a fan?
Because he's a hack with a knack for stealing anything he can.
How can you say that? How can you say that? The man really knows how to write a fiction play. You wish you could pen one, we wish we were in one.
I just wish that he would go away.
Well, that's not gonna happen, because everyone that I know says that he's the greatest writer that England has ever known.
And that's That's another thing I hate about Shakespeare, is all the twits who bloviate about Shakespeare, and how they prattle on about his great accomplishments, well, la-di-da-di-da. And once they start their gushing, there's no stopping them, and then it's blah, 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 Shakespeare. And he walks in, it's dum-da-dum-ta-da, Shakespeare. He's holding court, and they say, Will, you're such a genius, and your writing is divine. The rose by any other name is such a clever line. And they're all, ooh, and he's all, stop, and they're all, yay, and I'm all, ugh. And I'm really getting sick of it. And oh, I hate Shakespeare.
I think by now we sort of know you hate Shakespeare.
Shakespeare, the way he paints humility when all he does is gloat, the way he wears that silly frilly collar around his throat, the poster child for why no one should ever procreate. Let me make a shorter list and I will give it to you straight. Every little thing about Shakespeare is what I hate.
Shakespeare.
Don't hate.
Nick, do we still have a job?
I know, I need money.
Yeah,
I didn't get food.
I myself my family.
Quiet! Come back tomorrow and we'll have a new idea. New idea. We need a new idea.
I still say we should write a life story. 2 orphan brothers, their father lost at sea, whose mother died of a broken heart. How you, at age 14, carried me, your sick little brother, on your back all the way from Cornwall.
No, we have to come up with something new. We have to innovate. The world is changing. I just heard of a guy who has a toilet that flushes.
Really? He just doesn't throw his crap on the street?
No, he pulls a lever, it whooshes down a pipe, and then onto the street. And that's what we need, something new.
But that's what you're good at, big ideas. I'm really just a poet at heart, and you were doing so much better without me. Oh God, am I the problem?
No, you're not the problem. Shakespeare is the problem. God, why did I ever suggest that he go into writing? I just wanted him out of the troupe because he was so annoying, but there's like this big sun that
shines so bright, no other star is seen.
See? That's good! And that's why we work together. Now, let's get to it.
Nicholas Bottom.
Shylock! What are you doing at my house?
Your debt is due.
Look, we had a little setback with the play. Just give me another week and I'll name a character after you.
Too late. Shakespeare's already promised that. I can see it now. Shylock, the really nice Jew. Here's a better offer. Let me invest in you, and I'll cancel your debt.
But you're not an investor, you're a moneylender.
Because that's the only job they'll let Jews do. Oh, but what I really love, what is the knuckles to my puppet, is theater. I love it! I love it! I love it! I love the sights, the smells, the roar of the crowd! The splat of the fruit when it hits an actor. It's a temple to me, I tell you. A temple. Catholic, Protestant, Jew, I don't give a rat's tuckus. My religion is theater.
Okay, but I can't. If I do that, we'll both be hanged at Tyburn.
At least you finally have an audience. Take the week and mull it over, because next week, your interest doubles.
Hello, darling. How was your day?
Interesting. I went to the stocks and watched the mob throw cabbages at the criminals.
Really? Why'd you do that? You hate that kind of stuff.
I know, it was awful. Boiled cabbage?
I see.
I think it's delicious.
Aw, thanks, Nige. There would have been meat, but the landlord came by demanding the rent. Took our last shilling right out of my hand, and then I was going to surprise you with some mutton, but sheep are fast.
Whoa, wait, what? You chased sheep? All right, that's it.
Okay, what are you doing?
Just...
No. We've been through this. We do not touch the money box.
Come on, B. We shouldn't have to live like this. You deserve better.
And so do you. We all do, and that's what we're saving for. A better life. Simple cottage in the country for all of us. You, me, a couple of kids. Room for Nigel and maybe his wife one day.
No, stop it.
Now, I know it's been a while since we put any money in there, and that's why I was thinking I should get a job.
Wait, what? No, you can't. That'll just make me feel like a failure, and none of the other writers' wives have jobs.
Okay, well, they should. This is the 90s. We've got a woman on the throne, and by the year 1600, women will be completely equal to men. Oh, I just thought the perfect job for me. I could be in your play.
Wait, what? No, you can't act. You. B, I'm sorry.
Gotcha. See, I can't act.
It's illegal to put women on stage, you know.
And anyway, our play's been canceled.
What?
No, not canceled, Nige. That's such a negative way to put it. Yes, we are no longer doing Richard II, but only because we've come up with a better idea.
Oh, what is it?
Well, I can't tell you. I don't want to jinx it.
Okay, so there is no idea.
No. We've had the idea.
That we need an idea.
Oh my God.
Then let me help you. I'll go out and earn some money, and I'll take the pressure off you guys.
B, just listen.
No, you listen. Because I just want to make things better, and I need to know that you understand. If you ever got in trouble, I would be there on the double just to bail you out. If there's anything you lack, you know I've always got your back. That's what it's all about. Think of me as your sidekick, helping you whenever I can. I'm more than just a woman, baby. When the pressure's coming, baby, let me be your right hand man.
But you're not a man. I'm the man.
He's not hearing me. If you're ever in a pickle, you can call for me and quick'll be how fast I run.
I'm not in a pickle.
You and me should be a team for any dream or any scheme. That's how it should be done. Sure, I could stay in the background, just smiling every now and again. But just to be a pretty lady, that would be a pity, baby. Let me be your right hand man.
You should probably listen to her. She's usually right.
Eat your cabbage.
Okay.
I am stronger than you think. Don't be thinking I ain't tough. I am where you wanna go when the going's getting rough. So when things are going badly,
But they aren't. If they are, no, things are fine.
but if they weren't,
But they aren't.
love,
What? What?
quit trying to protect me.
Can we please just change the subject?
Not until I know that. If you're ever in a fix and it's a fix you need to nix, then I'm your go-to guy.
You're not a guy.
Be so literal, and don't forget I'm not a shrinking violet, a solid rock. Hey, oh my! So don't be thinking I'll crumble when the you know what hits the fan. There's no problem that's too big. When you're married, that's the gig. So don't be a sexist pig. Isn't asking too much of you. It's only 'cause I love you. Let me be your right. In fact, I'll show you that I'm right.
What the hell are you doing now?
I'm gonna get you boys some meat! Baby, I'm your right. Don't put up a fight. I can be your right. Starting here tonight, let me be your right hand man.
all of us have been enduring, have been praying, have been forced to focus upon something we've thought before unimaginable.
Deliver us, Lord, we pray, from every evil.
We are confident in our ability to do this in a safe way that respects the health of all individuals.
How do you do it?
Like that. Like that.
Saints is so happy that you're part of our family, part of this wonderful tradition that will be celebrating 100 years of continuous operation in the year 2223. Hi, this is Ed Hearn. I hope you liked last year's musical. We wanted to show you a few clips of that. You know, having a theater allows us to do a lot more things, and one of the great things about theater is how much it's made progress in the last few years since we've actually had one on campus. So we hope you enjoyed that, and also the montage that followed it was pretty cool too, I think. And have a few thank yous to make. Ron Raymond, if something's happening in Saints, he's going to probably be involved. The Jones family, thank you so much. Casey Lambreth, thank you. Victor Felix and Marta Michelot, thank you so much for participating in this Giving Tuesday. And as I was saying, we're kind of closing in on that matching gift right now. We're, we have a match out there for $50,000, and we don't want to let that not happen. And we're looking like we're around $30,000 right now. So we're closing in, and about $20,000 to go. So I hope you're enjoying today, and you're learning a lot about St. Augustine High School. And I thought that it would be great to interview Mr. Jim Horn, our principal, who is, I think you're in your 20th year, leading the academic, athletic, spiritual, everything that's inside the school, the leadership of all that, and it's just been an amazing 2 decades, actually, when you think about it, 2 decades of constant improvement here at the school, Jim, and I know I'm very, very proud of what you've done, and I know other people take great pride in it as well. So welcome to Giving Tuesday.
Thank you. Nice to be here.
We've covered a lot of distance today, and I think there have been a lot of surprises along the way, and I hope you've been entertained because I get to ask the questions, and then the most amazing things sometimes happen, so it's kind of cool. You might have noticed in that last sequence there was a lot of people wearing masks, and not that we're going to return to that, but we've been through that, and we're on the other side of it now. And just thinking back to March 13th or 16th, 13th, Friday, yeah. March 13th, 2020, the day that we closed our doors for a while. And you have no idea on the school side the tension, the powerlessness that you feel, the angst that you feel for your students, and all that, and most of that load fell right on your shoulders, Jim. And I could not be more proud of how we came through that. We had a lot of naysayers, we had a lot of doubters. There were some that were even saying that we were going to cause this huge pandemic to spread all over the place. But I think we knew that we wouldn't. And I'm just really curious, as the academic leader of this school, what was it like for you?
It was without a doubt the most difficult time of my professional career. And you look around in a lot of situations running the school, and you know who to look to for academic advice or how to build an athletic program, but nobody knew how to solve that problem. And so we were kind of rudderless. I remember often sitting in board meetings where the board tried to offer some advice to me and some support for the admin team. And one of the big things they said is be ready to pivot. But for us as an administrative team, all we really heard is be ready to do whatever it takes. And it really just was that kind of an environment, whatever it took to get open. And it was incredibly difficult, but we were always guided, and you know this, it was Father Max who came with the slogan that we've got to be here for the boys face to face and heart to heart.
Right.
And that was, I think, really the guiding focus for all of us, is that we've got to create an environment where the kids can be together, because that's what they need to enjoy their social interaction, to develop themselves in heart and mind. Requires togetherness, as we know. And the 2 months we were off campus and away and everybody was on a camera, the teachers were miserable, the students were miserable. I do know there were many in the community that thought that was the safest way to proceed. But for those of us that know students and know the delivery and how you should be getting, some instant feedback that the kids are understanding their academic program or what's happening, none of that was there. So it was difficult.
Yeah, I know that when we, I'm thinking back, and maybe you'll remember this, we had a faculty meeting on Monday the 16th at 8 a.m. And I think we were on Zoom classes at 9 or 10. And I remember you were up in front of everyone, and I was looking around the room as you were talking about we were going to do this. And we were lucky because we had Canvas. We kind of knew a lot about Canvas, and there had been a lot of in-services regarding Canvas, which was going to be our platform, delivery platform. And I was looking around at some of the elderly people in the room, including myself, and thinking, well, how's this going to work in their world? Technology is kind of a scary prospect for some teachers, especially the older ones. And yet, we got a lot of applause for how we came out of that just over a weekend. Yeah. What was that meeting like?
Well, you know, that plan was a whopping 24 hours old when we were unveiling it, and it was totally untested. But we had trained the teachers. It wasn't something totally unfamiliar to us.
Right.
And what was really great, you know, Saints teachers are great at reaching out and providing the extra help for kids when they're in need. But with kids out of the building and at their homes, what we saw in those days that followed, and particularly on that day, is younger instructors helping older instructors who weren't as tech savvy figure out how to navigate this new world and deliver some instruction, offering some tips. I think we all know from March to June was not what we'd hoped for, and it wasn't the same online delivery and proficiency we have in Canvas currently. But I think it was better than many schools were doing in the area, and so we were lauded for that, and I'm thankful. And really, more than anything, I think it was the Holy Spirit. As you know, we jumped into Canvas 2 years before the pandemic just by chance because we knew we needed a centralized platform. And the small bit of training we'd done before COVID arriving kind of prepared for us to be able to launch pretty effectively.
I think, too, I was thinking about that summer school, that next summer, and we were able to get a couple hundred boys on campus during that time period. What was your feeling about that time period for us and what was going to happen in the fall?
Well, I was pretty convinced after we'd gone through the summer session that we were going to be allowed to open in the fall. We had summer session. John O'Byrne and his team did great work spreading out desks and creating the distance. As you remember, it was 6 feet of distance, and all the guidelines and all the hand washing stations needed to be put up, and we went through all of the trouble to make that happen. And then we didn't have any episodes through the summer. And as you remember, it might have been part luck. I think caseloads were low at that time of the year. But we didn't have any issues, and we were pretty convinced from stories we were hearing that campus was the safest place. It was when kids went home, they went away for the weekends, they were at social gatherings and other functions. That maybe they weren't being as safe as an environment we were providing here at school. So we felt really confident in being able to go forward. And then we got the unfortunate news from the state we had to close. And we kind of pushed back and opened up a few weeks into the school year. And so we weren't closed much longer, thank God.
Right. So we get through the summer. I think the date is July 17th when our governor announced that all secondary schools would be on Zoom. And I was assuming, like you were, that we would now have to navigate the pandemic according to the rules, and we needed to get life started again, jump-started, and let's get going. And what was really interesting for me at that time, I called a couple of the board members on the executive committee and just had some discussions with them, and they thought we ought to have a couple meetings and to see like how we should proceed with the state. And it was pretty clear after a few meetings that we had to challenge this, and it was really amazing that the government actually gave us the waiver to go forward. And now I think back to that time period, and I fast forward to today, and I'm looking at all, in the paper every day, the melees that's out there, the amount of violence that's going on with especially young men between 18 and 22. It seems to just be exploding daily, and the amount of kids that dropped out of school, and the amount of kids are so far behind, and will they ever catch up? And then I look at the blessing here, and our kids are on task, winning all the awards because, well, they've been in school. It actually matters that you go to school, and all of that. And I know we had just you would know better, but 30 infections during the school year. None of them traceable to St. Augustine High School. Essentially, family parties, like you were saying, seem to be the biggest problem going, these Sunday afternoon parties that our kids would get sick. But to, be in cohorts, get through the year, and then we have our freshman class who they weren't here. And tell me about that class in terms of just the learning issues that we're now facing as a school to get them back to task.
Yeah, I think we're pretty blessed, all things considered, because I think we're experiencing less than many other schools, but the learning loss in mathematics is very real. We find that a lot of kids aren't as far along as they would have been had they been in school, and I think that's natural.
Sure.
But I think we were shocked. I think pre-pandemic we would traditionally host 2 pre-algebra classes, and with this class we had 4 coming in. And so there were a lot of boys whose math studies weren't as advanced as we'd hoped they'd be when they arrived at the door. And although we've been able to shore up a lot of those sorts of issues, what we are still seeing is social and emotional issues with kids, feeling overwhelmed by the nature of school, feeling the loss of friendship and a sense of community in the course of that time, and now being back, and some are still having difficulty getting back. I don't think it's a huge problem, but it's one that's a bigger problem than was pre-pandemic, and we're doing our best in the counseling department and the academic departments to address it. And it's our hope that by the end of this school year, we'll kind of be back on track and moving through. But then there'll be another class of freshmen joining us, and it may well be the case that they've experienced the learning loss as well. And so it'll probably be an ongoing issue, but we feel pretty well prepared to address it as they arrive at the door.
Good, good. So some of the newer things that have happened, have happened is Saints is offering more science, and we have this Makers Lab, and offering engineering. Tell me, how has all that been received by the academic community?
Well, it's without a doubt the biggest stop on any admissions tour we give right now is our robotics lab. Mr. Freestone and his infectious energy for learning, and I like to use the phrase when I talk to him, he gets geeked out about it. And from start to finish, he's excited. And the boys and the families sense that excitement. And there's so many great projects happening in there. I know some of them are serving school needs. There's the Project Enable, where the boys in the robotics lab are building prosthetic hands for children in the local community. And right now we're seeking an adopted student for whom we can produce the prosthetic hand as he grows. And that's one of the benefits of this program, to be able to 3D print a prosthetic and then make it available to a student who will then need a new one in a matter of years because he's growing. Can be a financial burden for a family that's immense, and this program helps offer a solution for that.
And how are we connected to the higher ed programs that are around the city that would kind of guide and direct us with this hand building process?
Yeah, the Project Enable kind of puts you in touch with different medical communities in your area. So in the San Diego area, it's at UC San Diego, and Mr. Freestone and the boys, Z. Harrison Quinto, a senior boy on campus, has really taken the lead of the project, and I'm so proud of the work he's put in. And he's got about 5 or 6 other boys helping, and they've fully developed the hand. It's been approved, and so now we're just seeking the adoption, and that will happen with the help of UC San Diego doctors and medical staff.
I know with the Makers Lab too that we've partnered with the University of Texas, Cockrell School of Engineering. Any feedback from that?
Yeah, it's hugely helpful. I don't want to diminish the great efforts of other schools, but oftentimes you get to a high school robotics class and it's popsicle stick bridges and things of that sort. And there was a day where Saints was in that arena. But partnering with the Cockrell School of Engineering has just taken it to a whole new level. There's projects that they guide the curriculum, and Mr. Freestone then has to implement it. But they're higher end projects, and they ask boys to think about big issues and solve big problems. And some of the entry-level projects are creating a handmade pinhole light camera, and boys are making these from scratch with all their own materials and actually taking photos and developing photos with them. And they move into other things that deal with electronics, lights, 3D printing, computer modeling. And so there's a variety of applications. And the level of learning versus popsicle stick kind of bridge physics and robotics is immense. And so we're starting to see a whole new level of possibility for the boys that I don't think we even thought was possible 2 years ago before this partnership. So it's real exciting.
Yeah, I found that very interesting that they, at their level, understood the needs of a high school curriculum and their professors started going, okay, if we want this kid to walk in the door as a freshman in college, engineering student, what does that look like down below us? And then developing this program that fully prepares that kid to walk right into that school and understand everything that's being said and talked about in school. I think did Greg Hecht discover them some way?
Greg Hecht is the one who discovered this program. We kind of felt it was rudderless. We knew we had the right teacher in Mr. Freestone, but we didn't have a great textbook or a great program. And this was found by Mr. Hecht, and it's just been a huge benefit to the school.
So, just a question, and I don't know I'm asking a question and I have no idea, but do other teachers use the space for anything they're doing that's project-based in their classes?
I don't know if teachers are using the space, but I know that teachers are regularly farming their kids out to Mr. Freestone and saying, you can go to the lab after school and see if Mr. Freestone can help us create a solution for this or that, whatever they might be working on. I was actually just talking with Ms. Drummy in a project we were working on to create some posters and art, and she shared with me that she had difficulty creating an exact straight cut through some of these foam core boards they use in art. Mr. Freestone had the solution and had a machine that would make it happen, and students who knew how to computerize the machine to make the straight cuts. So it's helping in many other areas.
That's great. Well, I'm just wondering about the future. Like, what's kind of on the drawing board? What is the administration thinking about as we move into the next couple of years?
Well, you know, I wish I had a really strong answer to that, but what I can tell you, and you know this, we've been raising funds to change the facilities and create state-of-the-art facilities for a decade and a half, and that work is now done. So it's time to turn our attention to something else. Mm-hmm. And as you know, we're going through the accreditation, and that'll help us identify what is next. But what I know is definitely going to be next in kind of a larger scale is academic programming and additional activities programming, whether that be social and emotional, spiritual, retreat oriented, but we're really going to start focusing on the programs that we're offering the boys and figure out how we enhance those to best benefit them in their time here.
That's great. Yeah, accreditation. So we've been, just so you know, we've been spending some time with stakeholder groups trying to figure out what everyone is thinking about the future, and a lot of good ideas have surfaced, and we're not at the level to break any big news tonight, or today, but we certainly are getting closer to a vision for the future. So pretty exciting stuff. Well, I really appreciate you taking the time to be with us. I hope that our audience out there has kind of benefited from, I think, decision making. You know, people are not afraid to make decisions, even when they're contrary to popular opinion, and based on what we feel and think is best for our students. And it's really a community moving forward, kind of as one. So, thank you, Jim, for all you do for this school.
Thank you.
I am very, very grateful to you, your team, and just the good things that continue to happen at this school. We're blessed.
Appreciate it, Ed. And thanks, everybody. Thanks for your support of us and of the Saintsmen.
Thank you. We're going to go to some live action.
Hi,
right
I'm
now.
Joe Giesing. I'm a teacher at St. Augustine High School, and I'm out here at Hilton Head doing our day of service. And I'm here with X.
Hi, I'm Xavier Magat. I'm a senior.
And
I'm Noah Jones. I'm a senior too.
Well, you guys, thanks for coming out. You know, our whole student body is spread out around the county. Tell us about what we're doing here today. Start with you, X.
What we're doing here today is just picking around trash around this park just to help beautify it, help it look pretty, and also, save or help the environment.
Yeah. And we're here with a particular group. I know we got help from my Love of Clean San Diego, and so he gave us a little information about things we're looking for, right?
Yeah.
What do you think about this in general? Because as a Giving Tuesday, not just the cleanup, but as a Giving Tuesday, an opportunity for people to step up and either donate or give in some sort of way. What do you think about it?
I think Giving Tuesday is really important because after the holidays, and then Black Friday and then Cyber Monday, everyone is busy buying. I feel like it's important to also give back to the community and just help San Diego.
I agree. Any thoughts?
Like you said, I think it's good. Everybody's spending. Nobody wants to really give to their community. They just think about themselves, but today's a day to give back and think about what you do in life and think about your community and how you can help that.
Let me get a little personal. Where'd you guys go to school before Saints?
I went to Albert Einstein Academies up in elementary schools in North Park. Well, South Park actually.
I went to St. Rita's Catholic School in the Canton area.
Great schools. From there, what brought you? How did you hear about Saints?
I heard about Saints through we were just close friends. So I love that. School. And I was interested. I saw the
So just like the military, I tried to time this flyby that we just had, and I guess I started a little too soon or late. Sorry. How about you, Noah? What brought you to Saints? How did you hear about it?
I heard about it through football actually. Through football, and one of the coaches kind of sort of reached out to me and told me it'd be a great place for me, and I fit in, so I decided to come.
Well, I'm glad you're here. So now let's talk about, now that you're here at Saints, what can you guys give me, what is your Saints experience like? What's it been like? Both up till now, and of course we still have some time left with you guys.
I think my Saints experience has been, first of all, really fun, just meeting new people and hanging out and doing all the Saints events. I think that's one of the big things Saints is about, is just getting involved in activities and making sure everyone has something to do.
And I think my Saints, it's been pretty good, being part of the brotherhood and being part of something bigger than just the school, being part of sports and ASB. I think it's been a really good experience and would recommend it to everybody.
And then now we've talked about where you've come from, where you are now. How about going forward? Are you guys what are you doing after Saints? Are you going to college, or do you have something lined up already?
I applied to colleges and just waiting for acceptance. Or
if you get in, do you know what you want to do?
Either I have two. One is civil engineering.
Nice.
Or I kind of want to go into something with real estate also, so picking between the two.
Those are good choices. How about you, X?
If I do get into the colleges, I'd also want to do engineering, civil engineering, but also environmental.
Okay, let's get to that idea. You brought it up, Noah. If I say brotherhood, what comes to mind?
I just think of a group of people from different places, different parts of San Diego.
Hi, I'm Devin Garmo. Who am I here with?
Calvin Shaw.
Good. Where are we today?
Balboa Park.
What are we doing here today?
We are giving back to the community, picking up leaves and branches and all that, putting in the dumpster.
Awesome. What are your thoughts on Giving Tuesday?
I like it. It's fun to do. It's fun to get out of the classroom and give back to the community, and I like being at Balboa Park, so it's fun.
Great. What grade school did you attend?
St. Charles Borromeo Academy.
Awesome. Where do you plan to go off to college?
West Coast. I haven't decided yet, but somewhere in the West Coast.
What do you plan to study?
Urban studies.
Awesome. Why do you think we should give back to Saints?
It gives us a good rep, and I think representing our school well is what we should do, and it's a part of our virtues, so yeah.
When I say brotherhood, what do you think of?
Community.
Awesome. Hi, I'm Devin Garmo. Who am I here with?
Hello out there. Here we are. It's 1:40. The USA is moving on in the soccer world. So exciting. We haven't interviewed any students yet, so we've got this is going to be great. It's going to be one of our best interviews coming up in just a second. But I want to say a shout out and a thank you to Pat Drummy for your generosity, Pat. Thank you. Mike Westland, also to you, and Robert Madruga, former board member and the son of Lucille Madruga, one of the iconic women that have made our school so great. In fact, in my book, a reminder, I just thought of this, in my book, that if you make a donation for at least $100, this book right here, you can get this book. And in this book is a photograph of Lucille with one of the biggest fishes you've ever seen that she caught by herself. She was quite a woman, and anyway, and also a very generous lady. So my guest is our ASB president, Jacob Pachamola. And Jacob, tell me a little bit about your family.
About my family. So I live in a house of four. It's me, my brother, my mom, and my dad.
Look at me. Okay, go ahead.
And my parents both came from the Philippines. They studied in the Philippines, graduated bachelor's university. And they've had quite the journey.
Sounds like it.
Yeah, so they started off in Singapore, ended up in the UK. That's where they met, at a hospital where they were working at. And after that, they moved to the US in 2003 to Phoenix, Arizona. And that's where I was born. That's where my brother was born as well.
In Phoenix?
In Phoenix, Arizona, yeah. And after a year, we moved to San Diego. And
a little hot for you?
Yeah,
in
a little
Phoenix.
bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah. And we've been here ever since. My brother is a year older than me. he went to St. Augustine too. He was class of 2022, and he's now attending Loyola Marymount University in LA.
That's where I went. How does he like it?
He's loving it so far. Quite the adjustment from Saints, but Saints prepared him well for it.
Yeah. What's he majoring in?
He is doing applied mathematics.
Applied mathematics. Yeah, they have an exceptionally good mathematics department. I would know because I took a lot of math. Yeah. So, tell me a little bit. So you born in Phoenix. You've grown up in San Diego, and you went to St. Didacus. Did you go 8 years to St. Didacus?
No.
8 years?
I've been in private parochial school all my life. I started off at St. Rose of Lima, and then in the 5th grade, I transferred to St.
Were you living in the South Bay?
Yeah, I lived in the South Bay all my life, yeah.
And you still do? Okay. So now you have the pull of Mater Dei High School and St. Augustine High School, and your brother, of course, coming here. Was it a tough choice for you?
No. Since the 6th grade, I've known that Saints is a place that I want to be. I found out about Saints through your parochial league alumni tournament, and stepping in Doherty Gym for the first time, it's just that it's a different feeling. Like it's hard to explain, but once you feel it, you feel it. And since then, I've fallen in love with Saints. I went to the games even before I went here. And it's something that I looked forward to ever since. And my parents always asked me, Mater Dei's. I live 2 minutes away from Mater Dei. I could walk there. I drive by there every single time I go home. But they asked me, it'd be so easy.
Do you wave?
I look at the sign, yeah. And they're like, oh, it'd be so easy if you went to Mater Dei. But they know that Saints is the right place for me, and they know that that's where I'm happy, and that's where I'll find the most success.
So Doherty Gym, the old gym, this building, right? You'd walk in right here in the entrance, go into the gym, and go to the basketball games. Very small. What did you feel when you were in there at a basketball game, for instance?
It was warm. I don't know if it was the lack of air conditioning or just the environment.
It was.
But
there's no air conditioning. Yeah. The airflow was zero.
Yeah. But no, there's just a warmth. Like you see all the banners all around. The big Pitt logo as soon as you walk in.
On the wall over there.
On the wall over there. The way the bleachers were set up. Yeah, it would have been fun to see how mass would have been like in that gym, but
right. So we moved into the new gym, and you were a freshman.
I was a freshman. It was already built the year before I came.
Okay, so your brother
was a freshman.
Yeah.
Well, because it finished the year before.
Yeah. Okay, got it. Okay. Yeah. So now you're here. How many kids from your school came here? How many boys?
So there were 7 boys in our graduating class. 4 of them ended up going to Saints, and there's actually 5 of them ended up going to Saints, and now there's 3 of us who are graduating this year.
That's great. What would you say is the thing that propelled you into student government?
The student government? I've been doing student council, student government since 5th grade. It was always something I was interested in. Just at first it's just having your name out there, like, oh yeah, you get the title, like, oh yeah, class president. But soon it became more than that. It became inspiring others, having like a impact on your class, on your school, and being part of the community. You learn that especially here from the Saints ASB. Saints ASB has taken it to the next level for me. I realize, what I need to do in order to be part of a functioning group. How I can, position myself in the best way to uplift others. And overall, it's definitely shaped the way that I've viewed the Brotherhood, viewed the Saints experience. And without it, I don't think I'd be in the position where I'm at today.
What do you think? I mean, when you identify your leadership style, how would you characterize yourself?
I'd characterize myself as a doer. I like to do things when no one else is doing something. I try to pick up the slack. You always want to lead by example. That's what I try and do whenever I can. And if I see someone following in my footsteps, it puts a smile on my face, like seeing the impact I have on others.
Yeah, you're winning. Do you play sports?
I quit all my sports to focus on ASB this year, but I've done sports for my previous 3 years. I started off freshman football, and then I did track, and then I played volleyball. So yeah, I've been
done the gamut.
Yeah,
that's pretty good.
Yeah.
What is some of the memories you're going to take from St. Augustine High School when you leave in June?
Oh, I don't even want to think about leaving yet, but
prepare yourself.
Yeah. The main memory is freshman retreat. I had so much fun doing that. That first time in the gym with all of your brothers sleeping in there, man, that was pretty fun. You really got to know everyone in your group. Really made you feel the brotherhood. And lunches are really fun, especially, all your friends sit at a table, you guys just laugh, joke. Intramurals are fun as well.
And don't you guys prepare all kinds of activities for lunch?
Yeah, the ASB does that on a frequent basis. We do lunch events, and those can get pretty fun. You can see the whole student body like congregating in one area, watching some sort of competition going down. It's a pretty fun sight.
Yeah.
Something you won't see anywhere else.
Did you? I agree. Did you participate in the turkey trot?
In the turkey trot, I was actually working the turkey carnival. It's a new addition that we've had.
I saw it.
Yeah, it caters pretty well to the younger kids who come and participate. And there's some students who like doing that as well. We gave away a lot of prizes this year. A lot of people had fun.
I watched some guys get sick on pumpkin pie.
Oh man, yeah, that was.
And whipped cream. That was.
Yeah, some tough stomachs out there.
Trying to try to gobble down that in 18 seconds minus 18 seconds.
And it's just the competitive nature.
Yeah, pretty tough.
Competitive nature that everyone has here.
It's actually pretty funny too.
Yeah,
it was funny.
Yeah.
What's your most enjoyable experience? Something that happened that was kind of out of the blue that you just went, wow, that's crazy.
The rallies, like once you think like that's like the rally that you'll remember, there's another one afterwards that just follows up and you're like, yeah, I'm sure you have a lot of memories at the rallies.
Well, I do. I remember, I think it was Mr. Osborne getting body slammed, or Father Max was, one of them got body slammed into a table and crushed it.
Yeah.
And I was like, wow, I hope everyone's all right.
I know. But yeah, it shows off, how crazy Saints can be, how talented everyone is.
How about an 8th grade day?
8th grade day, as in like a memory.
Just as not when you were in 8th grade, but just some of the people that get out there and do things.
Oh yeah, so much talent in the parochial school. Like
I agree.
You see these people jumping up high to touch the backboard.
Yeah.
People doing push-ups.
Amazing basketball guys, for sure. Well, here we are. We're coming into the end of the first semester. What's on tap for the ASB second semester?
Second semester, we're full steam ahead, and we're going to carry right where we left off. We're going to focus on developing our freshmen, because we recently added a whole new level of ASB members, or freshmen, from the freshman class. Our focus is going to be to develop them, help them mature in, the time that we have. We're definitely going to show them, what our ASB is all about and how they're expected to perform. And in addition to that, we're also going to be, providing events that cater to everyone in the Saints community, not just, the people, the Saintsmen on campus, but also, alumni and then future Saintsmen as well.
Right. That's great. Well, do you have any questions for me?
Questions for you.
You don't have to have any, but if you do.
How'd you become a good interviewer? How'd you pick that up?
That's a good question. I think Chris Cashman said, get in front of the camera, you're going to interview this guy. And I said, okay. And I believe one of my first interviews was Mr. Osberg. And we were doing them during COVID. Remember? I don't know if you ever saw one.
I remember the patio interviews.
Yeah, the patios, on the patio, right?
On the patio.
Yeah, and so we were doing those, and I look forward to them, actually. It's kind of fun to, because you kind of know people, but then you get to ask them questions that you always wanted to ask.
Yeah. And because a lot of the interviews that I've been in, I've always been pretty nervous. I'm always super tense during interviews.
Yeah, I noticed when we started, I'm going, Jacob's going to have a cow here if we got to calm him down.
Yeah, no, but you
Was
eased
it all right?
you eased me into it. I felt natural. I felt natural.
You felt. I think you're natural. I'd go for that. Your hair is especially natural.
Oh yeah, but it's going to be gone on December 12th though. So.
Oh, is it?
Since we raised the 50,000.
Isn't that crazy?
It is.
We interviewed Mr. Smith, Steve. Don't forget his name. He loves, by the way. He's always at Mass. And you guys have to do something where everyone says Steve.
Oh, Steve.
Steve.
Yeah.
Maybe at the end. You just got to figure it out. But someone called him Steve the other day, and he was talking about it today. He goes, this kid called me Steve. How cool is that? He was so fired up about that.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah,
I bet.
so.
What is it, 50-ish years after he graduates, there's still people calling him Steve?
Yeah, he's class of 66.
Oh yeah,
so he's
just about
he's actually older than me. It's hard to be older than me. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. So anyway, well, I think this is a standing ovation for Jacob here. What a great! I'm so happy that you're our ASB president.
Thank you.
And you're wearing your gear, and
I'm always wearing
your gear and
doubled up on it too.
Doubled up. Oh my God, he's got the double STA. That's impressive. So anyway, thank you, Jacob, and best of luck to you. And of course, anything you need from my office, stop by.
Thank you, Mr. Aaron.
You got it. Thank you.
Hey.
Hi.
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 Introduce yourself, young man, and tell me where you are and what we are doing today at this service project.
My name is Trey McCamey. I'm a senior at St. Augustine High School. We are at Redwood Circle in Balboa Park. We just finished trimming down a lot of trees, and people are packing up all the excess branches in the dumpsters, just trying to clean up the park to make it all look nice on this day of service on Giving Tuesday.
Speaking of Giving Tuesday, what are your thoughts about this glorious day?
I think it's really nice to have a day dedicated to kind of putting things forward and being a servant of God, if that makes sense. Because it's really easy to get caught up in our own blessings and not realize that there's nature and there are people less fortunate, and it gives us an opportunity for us to kind of just live as God wants us to be.
Wonderful. A little more about yourself. Where did you attend grade school and how did you learn about saints?
From K through 6, I attended Sacred Heart Parish School, and then at 7th and 8th grade, I attended St. Didacus. And I learned about saints through my sister who went to OLP and kept talking about all the things she was doing as in the theater program at Saints, as a water girl for the Saints football team, and she just loved the atmosphere of Saints, so I toured it and I fell in love with it, and that's where I decided I wanted to go.
And so how has your Saints experience been?
Very positive. It's a lot of work. I'm taking a lot of AP classes, but I definitely found a home at Saints, especially in the band program. I'm the senior student director, and it's been a blessing to be able to go here.
Where are you headed for college? What do you plan to study?
I plan to study either biology or neuroscience, so I can go into medical school. I haven't narrowed it down to an exact college yet, but it's between 5 colleges that have a really good pre-med program: LMU, Tulane, Villanova, UCLA, and Baylor. And I really want to study medicine. Yeah.
Okay, neuroscience. Okay, let's do a little experiment. I'm going to tell you a word, and you're going to tell me the first word that comes into your mind. Brotherhood.
Saints.
Very good answer. Very good answer. Okay, today we're raising money for the Saints Endowment. Tell me, why should people give back to Saints?
I think that people should give back to Saints because unlike a lot of other schools that can't say the same, when you give to Saints, they are putting that money forward into giving to others. They aren't just like pocketing it and just trying to like build another building. They are, Saints does a lot of fundraisers. They do good things like this, Day of Service, and they are raising young men in a Catholic education that are going to go on and change the world in a very positive way. And not many schools can say the same. And I think that giving to Saints means that you're giving, in the long run, you're giving to a larger global community.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Trey, for your time. Well spoken.
Well, we're back with Mr. Gary Osberg, who is the director of the student government here at school, the ASB, and great friend to so many of us, and does just exceptional work with our students. And he just always has the new creative bent for the next thing. And when you look at it sometimes, and I'll just say this, Gary, it seems like it might be a little chaotic and a little incoherent.
Chaos.
But there is a methodology here, and it's all about fun. And that fun leads to boys getting motivated and doing all kinds of things.
That's it.
And I've watched it like intensely because you've grabbed onto something that most people have. Well, we get older, right? We forget what it's like to be a 15-year-old kid or a 16-year-old kid. Right?
We still have some good times, though, Ed. You like to have a good time.
Like, I know. I'm trying to not show my age sometimes, but I'm not 15, obviously. I know you may
Me and
think
Ed
so.
were out in Dallas this summer. He was boot scooting. We were talking to NASA scientists. This guy knows a fun time.
Do you know that Gary Osberg sat in the same seat every day in the convention hall?
Every single day?
Like, I knew where he was because he would be in that seat. In fact, all three Saints faculty sat in the same seats, in the same row, in that building. And I just go in and I knew where they were.
We were there. We were ready.
Even when it was full, I could look over and go, yeah, there they are.
We were consistent. We wanted to make sure that we were near the front, but we didn't want to assume. We didn't want to take the front row. So 2 rows back.
Did you notice that the very first deal, when David Brooks gave the keynote?
He's phenomenal.
Did you know where I was seated?
Where?
So I get in late. You guys are in your 3 seats.
Yeah.
There's not a 4th seat, by the way.
Wow.
You kind of blew me off.
Yeah.
But that's okay, because as I'm sitting, about 10 guys, women, we're on the wall, and I notice a seat in the row 2, right? Podium right up there on the outside. And I'm going for it. So I capture the seat. David Brooks, I don't know this at the time, David Brooks is sitting right in front of me. Pretty cool. I'm forgetting her name, but she's a Stanford professor, and she, an African-American woman who gave an amazing talk about her son the next day. She was seated to my left. And as David is speaking, we start speaking back. I don't know that she's going to be like this unbelievable speaker and all this other stuff. And I'm going, man, this lady is the smartest person I think I've ever talked to.
Yeah.
Like, she's brilliant. And we're talking, and she's like dissecting David Brooks. And I'm thinking, oh, how do you do that? Yeah. And then I got to shake David Brooks's hand, and I haven't washed it since. It's getting a little dirty.
Dude,
but
I bought 2 of his books. The Social Animal, been reading that one. Phenomenal. Phenomenal insight into a lot of what we do here, trying to reach our students.
Yeah, I love the part of David Brooks's talk where he was talking about if you want ethical people, you have to practice ethics.
Yeah.
You can't just expect people to be ethical.
Yeah.
You actually have to teach them to be ethical. What a concept.
I know.
I had never even thought of that.
And we've been teaching...
Other than saying, judging and going, that's unethical or that's ethical. And all of a sudden going, we got to do that.
And we've been teaching ethics here for 100 years.
Exactly.
I know.
But I never really put it together like the way David presented it. And that was my takeaway from him, is that, be intentional about what you want your students to do and to be.
Yeah.
Right? So you're a graduate. I know that.
Class 04, yeah.
04. Just before I got here.
Just before the greatness. I was at the close of the curtain.
Wow.
Yeah.
Thank you, Gary. Ooh, felt good.
Yeah, I was like the silver era, and then you're the golden era.
Oh, thanks. Well, I want to just say this publicly. You were a joy to be around, a joy to work with. You are a consummate friend to so many people, and especially these students. It blows me away how you've set the table for the environment of St. Augustine High School. Now, when I say that, I say it with conviction because I talk to every freshman mother or dad, and when I say, how's it going for your son at St. Augustine High School, they will tell me almost the same verbiage. Oh, they love St. Augustine High School, and they have so much fun at school.
That's what we want.
Right? You get up in the morning, you want to come to Saints because it's fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you get to learn and be friends and all that good stuff.
Yeah, I'm lucky that every day I drive to work, I want to be here. This is a place that I wanted to be as a student, and it's a place that I've wanted to work, and I love what I do. And I've tried to instill that same sense in my student leaders because they're really the conduits.
Mm-hmm.
I like to think of myself as more of kind of the scaffolding of fun. It's the students that lay the bricks. And they're the ones that kind of come up with the ideas. And we may not know initially how that idea is going to happen, but I find it if we sit down and we make a plan and it can come together. Sometimes chaotically, as you've seen at a couple of the rallies, but
always fun.
It's always fun. It's a good
maybe
time.
a little over the edge, or just a little bit.
We ride the line,
but we come back. We come back inside the grid a little bit.
And as long as it's about bringing the students together and reinforcing our mission here, is in having these students take charge of and take ownership of their school and their Saints experience.
Yeah. So as you gaze into the future a little bit into your crystal ball, what do you see on the horizon for Saints?
I mean, a huge thing that's happened the last year is the Saints ASB has been reaching out to the other Catholic schools. And so we're trying to expand our reach and kind of build these common kind of bridges of Catholic faith. Right now we're working on trying to do a all Catholic schools event in the spring. So we'll hopefully pull that together. We're working on expanding our kind of offerings with OLP, our joint. Right now, this past semester, we had at least one joint social or event every month, and we're looking to continue that into the spring. And then we're also looking to add. We're currently discussing next calendar year of doing a joint retreat, and then looking at adding some joint curricular engagement with our students. So that's kind of the short plan is building these bridges to the greater Catholic community here in San Diego.
You know, that's a funny, it's interesting that you're going there because when I first started as president, we had a strategic plan, and one of the big domains was communities. And I looked at the strategies and I thought, how am I going to do that?
Yeah.
Like, it didn't even seem important to me. Now I looked at advancement and that all seemed important to me, but not the communities. And as I started gazing in those and trying to solve the strategies in our institutional goals and all that, I started realizing it's probably the most important work that we do. And it was just so funny how you learn these things just by the experience of doing them. But communities, how do we extend the reach of St. Augustine High School outside the bounds of school between 32nd, 33rd, Palm, and Nutmeg?
Yeah.
Right? How do we make ourselves a greater influencer in the community. And it's these kinds of things that when we reach out to other people, like we had this rally, right? I know you created.
The homecoming rally,
Yeah, and everybody was there.
First time.
Dr. Luck was there, her contingent of teachers and everybody. The girls were all there.
The whole Peak community, the whole Saints community
come
together.
The gym was packed, it was rocking.
Yeah.
And it was